She smiled at the stewardess as she poured another rum and ginger ale into the clear plastic cup. The drink bubbled up to the top of the rim and eased back at the perfect point. It was her second already, and the neatly dressed stewardess was learning that a nod of her blonde head and a salute meant for her to pour another. They were going back to the UK. Carl had a 6-month tourist visa, and they had decided it was time to get it over with and call eternal. Time to go back to the real world, or rather, the unreal world. They had spent a few much-needed weeks in Belize, then Guatemala and Costa Rica, but now it was time to get back to work. The money was gone, and while they worked a little to pay for accommodation, their savings had been minimal to begin with. Her few £1,000s had been stretched to their limit, but had slowly disappeared. She had been putting it off, but now it was time to call the number on the card and start working for Eternal, or to at least hear what they had to say. For the moment, Carl was free of charges. She felt safer, and nothing else weird had happened. But now, she knew that she was John McClane. It was Christmas, and it was only a matter of time before the terrorists, or in her case, monsters, attacked. The world was full of creepy things, and the only reason no one knew was the hard work of a secret few to keep it that way. She didn't know why they did it, but she assumed it was sinister or self-serving. They either feared people knowing about them or something worse. Things had changed for her. She knew she had her guardian by her side. She didn't know what it was exactly, but she hoped it was at least a female, as it saw her naked all of the time. She felt it was always there, near her, but it had been dormant the last few weeks. If she spoke to it, it could help guide her. It could touch what she touched and her as well, yet it didn't help her do normal things. It wouldn't help her with anything like the darts except that first night. She would have loved to reach for a salt shaker and have it fly into her hand, but that never worked. Still, she knew it would be there to protect and help her if she was attacked by the forces of darkness. She almost felt like it was a guardian angel, but that was practically impossible. She certainly hadn't done anything to earn one. She assumed it was with her by mistake. Maybe she looked like someone else or had the same name like in The Good Place. Since she'd dumped the mermaid head in Eternal, she'd been free from monsters. Life was back to normal. They still searched online news sources for weird deaths, but found only human monsters. Carl was much happier than before and was back to his old pre-Spriggan self. He didn't spend days and nights chasing the conspiracy. He knew who was behind it and was told to leave it alone. They didn't know if Eternal was a group of monsters or zealots. Regardless, she didn't think the world needed to know about all of this. Maybe people were being killed by monsters, and maybe they should know. But as she was sure mosquitoes killed more people than vampires, and no one tried to fight them. She was excited to bring Carl back to the UK. He'd have to meet the family, of course. Carl had been on a law-breaking detox for the last few weeks. He tried not to hack anything, as she didn't want him to actually have a criminal record.
So what's first?
Carl asked her.
Family?
They were sitting together on the plane. It was a large one, Qatar Airways, which rode the line of affordable but not too frightening. She was a fairly nervous flyer, though she tried not to show it. "We have a few days before we have to go down," she told him. Her dad lived in Winchester, and while she talked to him a few times while she was away, she knew she would have to visit almost as soon as she got back. His house was around 2 and a bit hours' drive from London. Big, fancy and settled on a very large piece of land. It the sort of place anyone would want to spend a weekend at. Her dad had more than one spare room for them, and they would happily stay there to visit the pub in town, go for country walks, and do all the English traditions she missed. "So, anything you want to do?" she asked him in return.
See your local, meet your friends and all. But I would like to check out some old boats like Nelson's flagship and the Mary Rose.
She rolled her eyes at his enthusiasm. "My dad will love you, nerd." He laughed in response.
And your Navy Museum has a puckle gun I want to see.
Now he was playing it up, so she just rolled her eyes at him. He'd tried to tell her what a puckle gun was, but she cut him off. The reason she'd knocked back 3 drinks, it was 3 by the time they landed, was she hated this part, the landing. The plane landed safely, very boring and normal. She was happy about that. All very even, both tires hitting at once. Then the dance began. Slow people stood up and got in the way, bags knocked down and ready for departure. She had nowhere to go after the airport, but it still made her crazy that everyone was so slow all the time. Finally, after what seemed an age, they were out the front of the airport and she was rolling a smoke, on home soil at last. They, the smokes, would be more expensive now, but that was okay. At least she'd get all the things she liked: golden Virginia tobacco, Twiglets, Galaxy chocolate, and a chance to wear her Doc Martens. She and Carl stood next to each other for a while, smoking calmly next to their luggage trolley. She hugged him, feeling the warmth of his body. "I'm so glad you're here."
Me too. It'll be nice to have some proper life for a change instead of living out of a backpack.
It was fun travelling around, but they had worked on farms during their trips and had done it properly. They had gotten up early and worked in the Costa Rican heat and then gone to sleep in a nice room with no Wi-Fi, no Netflix. She knew she loved Carl because they had lived together like that for months and still liked each other after it all. They got a black cab to their flat, which was fairly damn expensive but had to be done. Her mother, a secondary school teacher, was at work and couldn't pick them up. She stepped out of the cab and went to the mailbox to retrieve the keys the subleasers had left there. Thankfully, the tenants had moved out while she was away, so it was all hers again. Carl put his backpack on and began unloading the other bags.
Go up and I'll bring it all.
She laughed and shook her head at him. He liked to do things like that, but she grabbed a big bag and hauled it up the stairs anyways. Now 3 separate apartments, the flats were situated in an old converted house. Nothing special, just some rich man's place. She went up the 3 flights of painted concrete stairs to the very top. This stairwell was the servants' old stairway. She pulled out her key and put them to the lock. They worked, but was a bit difficult to turn them. She went inside with the bag and set it down on the floor. The door slammed shut behind her suddenly. Carl had been right behind her, backpack on, but now he was locked out. The door rattled in the frame. It had been closed with such power. She's gaze trailed down to the bottom of the door and she let out a scream of terror. A massive wooden vine was blocking it. Her eyes followed the length of the brown and green thing from the door and back like a snake into the living room. She heard a noise from further into the flat and ran into the lounge chasing it. It was a sound she knew all too well, and it filled her with fear. She stopped dead in her tracks as she entered the lounge. Standing before her was a spriggan, its arms stretched out into long tendrils, 7 feet tall, all carved wood and vines. One of its hands blocked the door against Carl's attempts to enter. It locked the door and pulled its hand away and stared at her. She looked fearfully at its eyes, and they glowed yellow. As she watched its vines grow back, it pointed its hands at her. Shit! Understatement of the year. It made that horrible rustling sound again, as if it was laughing. Its arms grew across the room towards her in a flash. The vine hands were so quick that she struggled to react to their attack. She was standing still like a moron as they both came at her chest, claws out. Suddenly, she was shoved to the side by her invisible guardian. The vine smashed into the wall behind her, and she was back near the doorway again. She picked herself off the ground and heard "run" in her head. She obeyed as the spriggan reached out with its wicked vines again. They hit the front door, punching a huge hole through it. The vine whipped back through the door, and Carl's shocked face on the other side. As she dashed down the hallway, she could hear it chasing after her, big vine feet and legs loping after her. She got to her bedroom, which was at the end of the hall, and slammed the door behind her. Not that it would do anything. The weak white wooden thing was all that stood between she and her attacker. She pressed her back against it, panting and scared. The door was hit hard and she was shoved forward. She pushed against it with her shoulder, and so did something else. The door was forced back, but it was weak wood, and it began to crack as both sides pressed against it desperately. She looked around for a weapon. She was having a hard time believing it was here and in her bloody flat in the UK. She pushed her body back against the door, but as she looked, a hand ripped through the wood and pulled off a hinge, attempting to claw its way inside. She turned and ran into her ensuite bathroom. Again, there was nothing she could use in there, no weapons to defend herself. She slammed the door and crouched down on the tiles. She looked at them, and it was gross. The last tenants had barely cleaned it before they left. She'd die in a dirty bathroom because of them. Fucking gross. The bathroom door opened, exploded really, with a bang. The Spriggan had learned quickly and just ripped it in half as it came through at her in a shower of white splinterwood. It grabbed She's legs and stepping back tossed her like a rag doll across the bedroom. She managed to let out a short scream as it threw her. She felt the air whip past her before her body struck the wall. She hit the floor, her arms in front of her, but she was shaken and was unable to hold herself up. She hit her head on her arms, instead of the ground at least. The Spriggan turned and faced her, where she lay prone, and again something grabbed her. Thankfully, it wasn't the Spriggan. It was just like a very strong person picked her up from under the shoulders. She stood unsteadily by her window, where she looked out and down. It was 3 flights. Maybe she could do it. She opened the window, turning her back to the creature. Its hand rushed past her and crashed into the pane, sending a shower of glass everywhere. Then it grabbed at her with its other hand. It pulled her around to face it. She felt large fingers stretching around her neck, and she was lifted off the ground in a choking hold as it slammed her body against the wall. She struggled, kicking out with her legs, but it had her trapped. She fought against it but couldn't break free. She kicked and yelled, but it held her tight. She felt the rough wood of its hand on her pale skin. She would have screamed, but it pressed down hard on her throat, and she was losing consciousness. As the Spriggan choked her, it held one finger up on its free hand, and as she watched, it started to grow closer and closer to her face. The wooden thing grew towards her, inch by inch. It grew and grew. It went into her mouth and she gagged, feeling it continue to push toward the back of her throat. She felt like she would be sick, but it hurt too much and she was terrified. The Spriggan was going to rip her apart very slowly. Its glowing yellow eyes were locked on her, and she knew she was done for. Tears came to her eyes, and her brown eyes met its yellow ones. From behind it, she saw Carl had shoved the broken door aside at last. "Vicky, catch!" he yelled, tossing her a knife. It was a big one from her kitchen set, and still struggling against her foe, she reached out and caught it. That was incredible, considering she was the type you didn't throw the keys to because they'd hit her, and she'd probably knock something over reaching for them. Not this time. She caught the handle as she hung by her bloody neck, still in the Spriggan's grasp. She slashed up and left in a flash at its wooden wrist and cut it deep and hard. It dropped her as it pulled its hand back with a hiss of pain. Its hand was half severed, and she landed ready, knife out. As she looked, its hand, disgustingly, started to heal. Carl leapt at its back and stabbed it with another knife to no effect. She saw the knife hit the wood of the Spriggan's back and barely even dig in. Yet it turned to him. She watched as he stepped back, swinging the blade, but the creature grabbed his throat as well. It liked doing that, it seemed. She saw its back, the wood thick and new, bright like polished oak. Inside this shell was some sort of a human heart, like when she'd shot Roger instead of the real Spriggan. She could just imagine its heart inside and hoped it was a newborn. She could practically see it in there, hiding inside the thick wood. The Spriggan was almost 7 feet tall, but she knew she could do it. Gripping the knife tightly, she lifted the weapon above her head and stabbed down into its back as hard as she could. She prayed as she let it fly, and her angel friend must have been holding that blade too. It went in with so much power and force, it was like it was driven in by a sledgehammer. It sank into the wood all the way to the hilt, the blade buckling and the plastic hilt cracking. It stuck in deep and the thing felt it as she saw red blood flowing from the wound. Still it turned, reaching for the blade in its back like a drunk idiot trying to get his shirt off. Carl tossed the other knife to her and she grabbed it. The Spriggan reached out with a hand and she evaded it, stabbing the other knife into its front. It was a shitter one, but it stabbed into the Spriggan's chest with the combined force of she and her guardian. The handle broke off and the blade itself snapped as it sunk in deep. The creature let out a muffled howl and red blood pumped from its chest. She watched as it slowly sank to its knees, the thick red blood flowing out of the deep wounds in its chest and back. The creature began to topple, then it fell backward. Carl leaped aside and it crashed to the floor next to him. She looked at it warily. It seemed dead, and its yellow eyes were closed. As she watched, a pool of red blood slowly grew around it. Carl looked at her over it, his eyes finding her above the fallen creature. The only thing she could hear was the sound of both of them panting. Her empty hands were still shaking a bit, and she was covered in red blood, which was sticky like tree sap. Her hand was bleeding, but she didn't know what from. Maybe holding the knife too hard or stabbing it in too hard. A Spriggan in Beckenham. That was beyond belief, and yet it had been waiting for her. Carl looked at her and forced a laugh.
Welcome home.
Bree, before... She stood up, swaying on her feet like she was on the deck of a ship. She'd taken the seed into her mouth and swallowed it down. It was the last tiny piece of the Spriggan's power, and she'd just gulped it down like a large, disgusting Panadol with no water. It tasted like dirt and power, tingling in her mouth and warming her throat. She already felt it growing inside of her, and it felt like a second chance. It filled her body with a glowing energy and purpose, and she felt humanity's opportunity to be better growing in her. She would be the one who saved the world from itself. Vicky had ruined everything. She had watched her from the trees as she used a chainsaw to hack apart all of the fallen housemates and workers. Worst of all, she had killed him, the Spriggan, one of the last of his kind. It didn't make sense. How could a normal girl kill a glorious being of nature? She didn't understand, but she had done it. Vicky had walked out of the forest alive and the Spriggan dead. She was filled with sadness as she walked to a fire that was still burning and looked at it. It was a crackling pyre of bodies and cut-up wooden arms, heads and torsos. It smelled of a weird mix of tree and flesh. It was a nightmare to look at, and she couldn't believe Vicky had done it. It was one thing to kill a monster, as she thought the Spriggan was. But this was just butchery. She wanted to be heartbroken, but the seed wouldn't let her. The moment she killed Jim, she knew she was different. She didn't have to live by the rules of society. She would take the power and bring the world back to what it should have been. The seed, like the world, was something ancient and dangerous. It was the power of nature, unrestrained. It had no rule but to grow and spread. She left the burning pile of bodies and her fallen friend and started to walk towards the house. It was a hot morning. The sun was starting to rise. Her dress was ripped up to the knee, and she'd been happy for the first time in a long time. She should have expected this. Nothing good ever happened to her. Of course her only friend would hurt her the worst. Of course her one chance at a good life would get shit on. Then the Spriggan had been her friend and Vicky killed him. Vicky wasn't her friend. She would show that bitch. She had left her alive, and that was a mistake. She would kill her and everyone else that had ever laughed at her. As she walked, she felt a pang of pain, then a deep rip inside of her. She crouched over in pain as the vine began growing through her body and screamed in agony. Still, she breathed in and out until the discomfort eased and she managed to stand again. She started to walk, slower, the pain coming in waves of relief and sharpness. She had no idea what she would become. Maybe a Spriggan, maybe something else. She wasn't dead yet, at least. She had power, she felt that. She felt a strange rage as well. She wanted to kill Vicky, but she was happy in a very weird way. The world would be saved and it was all going to be okay. She would build the world they dreamed of. The human plague would be curbed. She'd be more than just the Spriggan's sidekick now. She would be the hero of this story. People would follow her for a change. She would be the one to have priestesses following her. She would be a goddess of nature. Bree walked on for at least an hour before she found herself back at the house. As she walked, she'd heard what sounded like a helicopter, but it was so still and silent now. She didn't know how long she had before the cops arrived, but assumed they'd be coming in force. With the sun continuing to rise, she saw far off in the sky a helicopter. She could hear the slight sound of its blades. Vicky, she assumed. Turning away, she saw a figure on the ground and walked to it. It was another Spriggan, but she didn't know who it had been. It was dead now, with 2 blasts in its kneecaps and its head severed. It dripped red and sappy blood out onto the ground. How can she do this? She asked herself incredulously. It wasn't just one Spriggan or luck. She had killed this one as well. She stepped over it and went via the back door into the house. It was odd walking around the place again. It was still and empty, though she saw the scenes of carnage. The Italian's room had a broken window, and she knew the doorway to the back room was broken. There was blood everywhere and drag marks on the floors. She went to her room and quickly packed her things, her passport, clothes, and all traces of her life there. She put on her socks and shoes, put some sunscreen on, and finally tucked a knife into the back of her pants. It was a small kitchen one, but it would do. She had to leave and fast. The sun was well up now, and it cast a yellow light across everything, shining through the windows. She loaded some food and a few bottles of water into her bag and slung it up on her back. It was heavy and big, a classic backpacker's bag that was practically brand new. As she walked to the front of the house, stepping around the glass and blood smears on the floor, her hand stopped as she touched the door. Looking out to the front, she saw 3 cars pulling up to the house. She was shocked. It wasn't the police. 3 nondescript white vans pulled to a stop in a row on the front lawn. 1, 2, and then the 3rd. They parked fast and people got out in a hurry. She stepped back and stood to the side of the door so they couldn't see her. The people started getting out. They didn't look at all like the Australian police, with their typical blue uniforms. A woman with a blonde ponytail and an earpiece stepped out of one and opened the side of a van. 4 men got out, dressed in black ops clothes. They looked like they had stepped out of a video game. They swept out without a word to the woman. They had automatic weapons, and straight away they all turned and went straight into the forest, back to the home tree. The woman spoke loudly as people came forward from the vans. These weren't soldiers, but people dressed in white jumpsuits for cleaning. Something to them, and a team started moving toward the house. Sensing danger, she ran out the back door and went sprinting across the grass, hiding behind the shed. Who the hell were they? As she watched, she saw a team walk to the body of the Spriggan. One of them dragged a plastic barrel and took the top off it. Then the other 2, calm as anything, lifted the Spriggan corpse up and lowered it into the tub. She gasped as she heard a very loud hissing and saw the liquid bubbling around the rim. They lowered the body in more and more as it melted. She didn't know who the hell they were, but they were far from friends. She was certain that they would kill any witnesses, especially one with a vine growing out of her. She turned and ran as fast as she could, hoping they wouldn't see her. She ran to the tree she and Vicky had hidden in, but she streaked past it instead of stopping. She was soon in a good bit of forest with plenty of cover. She moved swiftly through the trees and made herself march along for what was at least another hour before she was started to worry. There had to be another road, she assumed, and she walked onward trying not to be scared. After almost 2 hours, she finally saw the clearing through the trees and the black of a road. She almost cried. Why hadn't she taken water? She was an idiot for forgetting it. The pain in her gut had been an afterthought, but now came back, though she pushed through and went to the road, blessing its appearance. This was a double roadway, but seemed mostly for trucks. She started to walk up next to the asphalt road. Now she had to hope a lot. She had to hope that someone, preferably not the police, would come along. Certainly not those acid-dipping nuts. Hopefully someone friendly to hitchhikers. At least with her bag she looked like a backpacker, and with her bare legs was clearly a girl. She wasn't very pretty. She was a bit plain, actually, but she was a young girl all alone, skinny and tall. She should have been worried. It was Australia, and they had once had a truck driving serial killer who preyed on backpackers. She was more worried she'd die of thirst than at the hands of a killer, though. She walked up the road, going in the direction of the town, she hoped. It would be a long journey, and her feet already hurt, her spirits dim. She had no idea how long she had before she started to change. If she did die of thirst, maybe she'd wake as a Spriggan. She pushed the thoughts aside and continued onwards. She held her thumb out when she finally saw something coming. It was a battered red ute, as they called their pickups. It drove up, slowing a little and then sped off. She yelled in frustration, "Bastards, come on!" The sun was starting to heat up as it rose in the sky, and beads of sweat rolled down her back as she trudged on. Soon she heard the sounds of a truck coming. She looked back and saw it was a big truck that was pulling some fuel. It looked like a petrol tanker, big, silver and long. She didn't think it would stop, but it did. It had begun to slow and pulled in to a sudden stop before her. It skidded in the dust on the side of the road. She felt hope light in her chest as she ran to the cab and opened the door. She took a moment to look at the man. She tensed, an instant bad feeling forming in her gut. He was 40-ish, a truck driver, bit of a fat gut, and he was staring right at her tits. A waft of staleness found her. He smelled of sweat.
"Hello, love. Guess I get to rescue you."
She wished she had her gun, but she had nothing. Still, it was dealing with him or die on the road. Besides, if he tried anything on her, she'd kill him. Hell, she'd probably kill him either way. "Thanks," shortly in her thick Scottish accent. She handed her bag up to him, which he put behind his seat, before leaning over to help her up into the cab. It was high off the road, and she had to hold his sweaty hand. As she got in, the man introduced himself as Jim, bad for him. He shut her door, leaning over her more than he needed to, his arms pressing against her breasts, before driving off. She felt the cool of the air conditioning, and he passed her a bottle of water from a little cooler he had of them, along with a single beer. She drank it down in a rush, and it was like heaven, yet she groaned and hunched over. She felt it in her stomach, a deep, ripping pain. Something was growing in her. She could feel the power spreading through her, but also the pain as her body began to change. He looked at her as she clutched her stomach.
"You all right, love?"
"My period." He looked disgusted, but that was good. Maybe it would get him thinking straight. She didn't know if she could drive this if she killed him. The pedals were very far away, and he seemed to be using a lot of effort to steer it.
"The next stop is 2 hours away, but they have a bathroom and showers. We can go if you like. Get something to eat, maybe. Where are you headed?"
"Away from here."
"Yeah, it happens. Work away right. Sometimes it goes bad."
As he spoke, he actually put his hand out to get a drink, but let his hand touch her leg as he did so, watching her carefully to see her reaction. She felt the power growing in her, equal parts strength and pain, but there was a hunger too. She wanted to spill his blood and water the grove. Luckily, he was making it very easy for her to hate him.
Vicky! She walked around her flat and just looked at the destruction. It was a lot for such a short battle. That stumbling idiot of a monster had really done a good job of smashing everything. Her dad was going to be so damn mad. She could see him now, trying to stay calm. She would have to blame it on an intruder. She drank the beer that Carl had gotten for her. He was having a shower while she counted costs. The front door was smashed in, her bedroom window broken, the ground covered in glass and wood shards. She dragged the corpse into the kitchen so the red human blood didn't stain the floor. Still, there was a streak of red blood from the bedroom to the kitchen. It lay in there now. It was big, and a pool of red blood grew around it as it lay still. There were 2 other broken doors as well, but she'd survived, and looking at all the destruction, she felt almost grateful for it. It could have been her body instead. Her hand was wrapped in a bandage. She'd cut it somehow. probably when the handle of the knife broke. She knew her Spriggans now, and this one had only been so easy to kill because it was new. It was young, only a week or so, and still had human organs, otherwise a knife would have done nothing. Of course, it did a lot this time because she'd shoved it with the force of 10 men, but she'd had help. Thanks, after a moment. She was coming to rely on her friend. She looked at the Spriggan and knew that she had to do something about it. She had to get rid of its body, and this was what they knew about. But she also wanted to find out where it bloody came from in the first place. This wasn't something she stumbled onto. It was in her house, waiting to murder her. She imagined it on the tube coming here to kill her, or waiting in this room reading a magazine, or checking its watch and laughed at the thought. Someone had to have helped it, clearly. Even that was odd to imagine, it sitting in the back of a van, hiding under some blankets. She knew they could be as smart as or even smarter than regular people. She was standing above it and took a slug of beer from the can of Carling. Who was this before it changed? Was it a man? A woman? Who knew? She pulled out her phone and dialed the number for Eternal. The number was supposedly global, but it redirected and was answered by a young American girl.
Eternal UK, this is Madeline. How can I help?
So normal, not like the HQ of a conspiracy organization at all. Hi, Madeline. This is Victoria Richardson. I need to speak to whoever is in charge, or whoever's in charge of dealing with me. The girl answered back.
Of course. I'll put you through.
The phone beeped and was answered in a few seconds.
Vicky, glad you called. How was your flight?
She didn't know his name or anything, but his voice was friendly and a proper English accent. Even she could tell how posh he sounded, a real Mr. Darcy. Good, but a Spriggan was waiting for me.
Wow, in Beckenham. I'll be over with a clean-up crew and we can talk it over. This seems related. You okay?
Fine, but what's your name?
Sorry, it's Matthew Hislop. See you soon.
The phone went dead. She still didn't know who they were, but she assumed they must be monsters. She was thinking demons of some kind, yet he was coming to see her in broad daylight, so maybe they weren't vampires. She sat on the couch and finished her beer. She held it in both hands and crushed it flat, as if underfoot. Her guardian was angry too. She hated that she knew nothing. She knew some things were real. Spriggans and mermaids and angels. But she knew nothing aside from that things in the dark were trying to kill her. She stopped looking at the body and walked into the lounge and sat. As she sat, Carl came out of the blue door of the bathroom. He was dressed and clean, no shoes or socks. He'd shaved his beard, trimmed it rather, so it was neater. The main bathroom was at the end of the kitchen, and he'd have stepped over the body to get to her, or around it. He didn't mention it, but he avoided stepping in the blood with clean feet. She watched and almost laughed. Be careful of the Spriggan blood, honey, it's a horror to get clean.
What's up?
He asked, sitting down next to her. So they're coming to clean up, and I think they might have a job for me.
Great, but will they fix this?
They should. I mean, it's what they do, right? And otherwise it will be a nightmare for us. I doubt our insurance will cover Spriggan attacks. He wandered off to the bedroom and got finished getting dressed, turning instinctually to close the door before remembering it was broken. She was glad she didn't have housemates anymore. It was a 3-bedroom place and normally had other tenants. She had only waited another 10 minutes when she heard a knock at the door, or rather, where the front door used to be. The door itself was in the apartment, smashed in half. A man looked at it from the entrance to the apartment. He looked dangerous, but he smiled with his whole face and seemed genuinely happy to meet her. He had a very nice 3-piece suit, short black hair, pale skin, and wore sunglasses, though it was far from sunny. He took them off and slid them into his pocket. He was waiting at the entrance and then walked on in.
Matthew,
He said, offering her his hand. She shook his hand. It was warm, but she started to size him up, normal breathing, blinking, speaking. He looked normal, but too slick, and his accent was very Eton.
My men will fix all this up for you. Thanks for calling. Can you show me the Spriggan?
He seemed excited as she led him into it. He marvelled at it thoughtfully.
It's so weird, actually. We hadn't even heard they were still around anymore. They're new in Australia. We thought it was a joke until we saw the video.
The Spriggan was face down on the kitchen floor. Matthew went to the knife in its back and tugged on it, but the body of the Spriggan lifted up with it. It was like Excalibur, the blade deep inside it and impossible to get out. He looked at her and grinned as he pulled it out despite the difficulty, his foot levered on the body. He held the knife in his hand, and she stared at him, surprised. He had no muscle that she could see, but that meant there was no way he was human. No human could get that out. She wondered why he'd done that, showing her behind the curtain, making her wonder what they were.
Did you do this?
Me and her. It was Faith now, but she wanted to see his reaction. She knew now that even in the police station, when Angela had asked about her trust issues, nightmares and bad feeling, she had been testing Vicky. They walked back into the lounge and he sat down on the couch, arms relaxed across his knee. She chose to remain standing, looking down at Matthew curiously.
Good, so you know. Now I am here to brief you, give you some spending money, and get you off to Scotland to do what you do best.
What's in Scotland? She was getting a very bad feeling. Who hated her and might be able to make a Spriggan? She was the only option. Her skinny Wiccan former friend, who she'd pointed a gun at and said to run, was the only survivor from that day. Other than her. If anyone was making Spriggans and sending them to kill her, it was Bree. He confirmed it for her.
Your old friend Bree, she's alive and now a blackthorn, and building a damn army of these things.
Carl walked back into the room and stood by her, eyeing Matthew up.
What's a blackthorn?
It's a mix of human and nature. Imagine half Spriggan and half girl. It seems she swallowed the seed that gives birth to a Spriggan, but because she was alive it only half worked, so now she's very dangerous and hates you clearly.
She was shocked and let this sink in. Her heart was beating a bit too fast, and she made herself calm, trying to imagine her former Scottish friend as a monster now. Want a drink? Matthew shook his head and Carl said yes, so she went to the fridge, stepping around the body carefully and got 2 cans out. She came back into the lounge and handed one to Carl, cracking open the other one for herself. Did Matthew not drink, or just not at 1 p.m? With all of your resources, don't you know where she is? Matthew laughed and he shook his head at her before saying,
Look, we know where she is. Sometimes. But we also know she has made a few of these things and has them stashed around like time bombs. We need someone with your senses to help find them. We want that someone to be you. You're one of my resources and I don't care if you die, so you're going.
She didn't like being referred to as a disposable resource. But the prick was right. If not, Bree would try again, maybe at a family event, or they would try frame Carl again, or worse.
You going?
Fine, I'll do it. I'm not letting her build an army of Spriggans like her old BF tried, but I won't kill her. She's still part human. I'll help stop her, but that is all.
Good, this will be a bit of a test to see if we can work together.
Matthew said, nodding critically. Do I at least get to know who I am working for? He shook his head.
Just know that for our own reasons, we have been working for hundreds of years to protect humans from the things that go bump in the night.
The way he said humans seemed very unhuman to her.
So we don't rise up and kill you all.
That's very cynical of you. We protect them from a world they can't understand, like the men in black. Never fear, you're working for the good guys.
They had kidnapped Carl and made her fight the mermaid. She knew they were monsters, yet it seemed that they were better as allies than enemies, for now. She wasn't about to pick a fight with them as well. Fine. Is there anything you can tell me? What about the thing that is helping me? He laughed.
It's a guardian angel, a fully God-approved and connected eternal being.
You can see her? She asked, glancing around curiously.
Of course not, but how else could you do these things? She's very powerful.
She was so worried about this man. He kept looking beside her as he spoke, like he was looking at it instead of her. Could demons see angels? And if he was a demon, could she trust his words? He could easily be lying to her.
Now listen, this is important. The Spriggan was undead, the mermaids were undead, and your guardian angel will help you fight the demons and dead bodies, but this Bree is alive. She has a heartbeat and followers and a soul, so your guardian angel won't be able to help you against her directly.
She won't help me kill Bree?
It won't help at all. Free will is of utmost importance to them. It may have orders to protect you, and it's doing so with a very wide interpretation. Yet when your free will clashes with another person's, it will stand aside unless it wants its wings clipped.
Why me? I mean, I don't even believe in all that. Not really.
You're important, it seems. But if it makes you feel better, millions of people have guardian angels. It's just that most don't get attacked by demons.
Bree, before... She made it the entire way to the rest stop, and she felt like her stomach was going to rip open. She was sitting in the seat listening to Jim talk on and on about the most boring shit, how you can't trust women, football and his stupid job. She just rocked back and forth in pain. As soon as the truck came to a stop, she had her belt off, the door open, and she jumped down to the ground. She ran straight into the toilet, opening up the door and shoving past the one lady in there. She shoved the door of a stall open, locked it and sat down. The pain was so bad. Now she was alone, she cried. It was ripping at her, worse than anything she'd ever felt before. She lifted her shirt and gasped in horror. No wonder it fucking hurt. Her stomach was bleeding. The blood ran down her white skin and into the top of her shorts, and a vine poked out from her skin, growing more and more the longer she watched it. It went down and out of her like a snake and started to wrap around her leg. Then more joined it. They broke suddenly out of her skin and started to grow. She cried out in agony as some of her blood hit the dirty tiled floor. She had to see more, and she staggered out of the stall. She was alone now, gladly. There was a large mirror. She saw herself and screamed a mad, laughing scream. Her body was changing before her eyes. The vines grew from her stomach and started to wrap her body. They wrapped around her legs and arms and body, coiled like a snake. She saw as 5 heads had burst out from her skin once more. The vines grew, long things like the fig tree. She held her hands out and let the vines grow. The pain was still there, yet the vines were a part of her. One wrapped each arm like a snake but stopped in her palm, like a snake ready to strike. Someone tried to open the door. Without a thought, she reached out and let the vines grow in a flash, shooting from under her palm towards the door. It was a solid and powerful force. It held the door shut easily, and she walked towards the door, and the vines shrunk back as she closed the distance. She reached the door and turned the lock in her fumbling hands. She then staggered back and lowered herself to the ground, breathing slowly and thinking of bringing the vines back. Calming herself, she recalled all vines, and they came back, weaving down her body, back into her stomach. She lifted her shirt and looked at it. Her skin was a ruin, ripped and bleeding, but 5 spikes of the vines stayed out. They grew out of her stomach like they would the ground. She knew they were hers to control, that they were connected to her mind, just like a finger or a hand. She stood on shaky feet and was in agony. Her own blood was running down her legs, and tears streaked her face. She didn't feel like a goddess. She was in agony, and she was a monster. There was a knock at the door.
You okay, love?
It was him, Jim. When she heard his voice, she felt something stir inside her. A dark pull. She knew she needed his blood. That would fix all of this. She walked across the tiles, one painful step at a time. She turned the lock, and then she collapsed back on the dirty floor. Jim came in and looked at her, a genuine look of concern on his face. He thought she'd been attacked as he looked around the stalls searching for her assailant.
What happened?
She was on the floor and he went to pick her up. As he knelt down, he put his hands around her body, and she felt disgusted. Yet she also felt the power. She needed it. She was weak and the vines were making her hurt. She needed to change, become the grove. She needed to take the power. She let the vine grow from her ruined stomach. It wrapped around her body and then her arm. Then, from under her hand, it wrapped around Jim's neck in seconds. He tried to yell, but it was no use. The dark brown vine was wrapped around this neck, with a vigour and anger of its own. She stood and, using the power of the vine, she lifted his body up high. She let the vine puncture his neck as he squirmed and kicked. The wooden spike went into his neck once, twice, 3 times, and the powerful blood poured down from him, and she lifted him higher, the vine doing all the work. The blood ran down from him, into the vine and flowing into her wounded stomach. She truly felt the power now. The vines, the seed, they were meant for gathering this. She felt the power of his life, the sacrifice given to nature, and she buzzed with power. She lifted his body higher and let the blood fall on her like a warm and glorious shower, the power of his life filling her. After he was empty and dry, she let him drop to the floor and she laughed as she pulled the vines back into herself. Lifting her top again, she looked at her stomach and watched as the skin healed over in a second. She didn't feel the pain anymore. She looked at herself in the mirror, noticing that she was different now, stronger, better. The 5 tips were ready and out, and she knew that they could grow without ripping her skin. She reached out a hand and the vine grew around her, shooting out and smashing the mirror. She drew it back, but so it was resting under her hand ready to strike. She laughed and looked down at Jim. What a waste of life. As she looked at him, however, she felt something. The power was growing. She closed her eyes and focused on channeling the power. It built, and then she opened her hand. Sitting in it was a tiny seed, just like the one she had swallowed, just like the ones needed to make a spriggan. She understood. She was the home tree now. She could turn his death into something glorious. She went into her bag, which was laying on the tiled floor, and found the small kitchen knife. Leaning over his dead form, she sunk the blade into Jim's chest. She stabbed right into his heart, and with considerable effort she eased it left and right. With a crack, the gaping red hole in his ripped skin widened. She gently placed the seed into the hole, her fingers getting wet with warm blood. She knelt in his blood on the slick tiles, and placing her hands onto him, above the wound, she thought, "Grow." She pushed her will and power into the seed. She willed it to grow and knew that it would spread in him, that he would turn and change from an ugly man to a beautiful being. The seed started to spread out its wooden tendrils like an octopus, moving swiftly through his dead body. She stepped back and admired her work. He was changing fast, but she knew she'd spent a lot of her power on him. She felt tired and weak now, but it was a task well done. She looked at him and knew that people would find him if she left him there in the open. Looking up, she saw that the roof had movable tiles, convenient for stashing bodies. She took his keys, his wallet and his phone before letting her vines grow from under her hands. She let them wrap around his chest and she lifted him up into the roof. His head pushed the piece aside and she managed to get him in and then moved the tile back into place with her hands. They'd find him, but hopefully in a few days' time. But then again, maybe not. Maybe he'd come bursting out into the world and start the new Eden now. She looked at herself in the mirror again and laughed. She was covered in blood. It was all over her face, once yellow t-shirt. Even her denim shorts had some on them. She turned on the taps and started to wash herself. She was radiating power still, but she knew what to do now. She'd forget Vicky for the moment. She'd go back to Scotland and show her mother what she could do. She'd show them real magic and then build her own army of spriggans. Nothing could stop her now. She just had to figure out how to drive a truck.
Vicky! After Matthew left, she flicked through a file he'd left for her. He'd also left her a new mobile phone, an iPhone X, and an envelope of money and a Visa black card. She skimmed through the file and started to read it. As she did, some workers arrived and started to fix the house. It was fairly amazing. 2 men with white coveralls and goggles on went into the kitchen to collect the body, dragging a big plastic drum with them. She'd seen Breaking Bad, so she knew what they would be doing with that. She almost felt bad for the spriggan. Getting melted down into a green sludge was unpleasant at best. She couldn't help thinking that it had been a person only a week ago, but had to push that away and go to her mantra of already dead. Other tradesmen went to work. One replaced all of the broken doors and 2 others went into the bedroom to fix the window. They even brought in a steam cleaning vacuum and got out the bloodstain. By the time they left almost 5 hours later, it was like nothing had happened. In fact, it was cleaner than before. She stood from studying the file and went into the kitchen, noting that the white tile floor was cleaner than it had been before the incident. Carl was in there too. He sat at the big table and was eating. She remembered now she'd said no to food before. Now it was dark outside.
They did a good job. I guess they have practice. What's the file say?
Carl asked as she came into the kitchen. She's got a Covenor church that meets once a week in Scotland. Eternal is worried she's going to make an army of Spriggans, but they can't find them. They have been following her around, but it's turned up essentially nothing. Matthew had left them a credit card and a leather bag. After he had left, she looked in the bag. It was everything she'd used before, the actual ones. The chainsaw from her Spriggan fight, the shotgun, the first machete she'd held that she'd thrown into the sea. There was her taser, new Molotovs and Jim and Kim's Australian police pistols. It was madness. They had collected everything she'd used and here it was. Maybe it was lucky, or maybe they just wanted to reuse it. She looked at the pistols. They were very illegal and had the serial numbers ground off with black handles that she knew were fingerprint resistant. She had no training with a pistol and she had never fired one before. All she had done was aim one at Bree. Still, they could come in handy for threatening people. She wondered if Eternal would cover for her if she went to jail now. Carl was kind of in shock, and so was she. But she knew she'd have to go and stop Bree, and she was beginning to think that it was time for her to stop putting this off. No more would she think, this is crazy, this is mad, I'm just some girl. This was her life now, and she'd try to enjoy it and survive it. She wasn't a normal girl, and she wasn't going to have some normal job doing normal things. But she was going to fight monsters. At least she'd get paid for this, unlike Buffy, who didn't even get a stipend from the Watchers, the cheap bastards. "So, you're coming with me, right?" she asked, sitting down and eyeing the breakfast he'd made for dinner. It was all he could really cook, beans, eggs, and bacon. He slid his plate towards her, and she took a bite. Carl laughed.
You want me to?
Of course, but this is a choice now. It seems like this will be my life, and it's not like we knew that when we first met. You'll be in danger too, whether you come or not.
Well, every Slayer or Vigilante needs tech support. The Punisher had Micro and Buffy had Willow. I can be yours.
You're more than that to me. She leaned over the table to give him a kiss.
Tech support with benefits?
She needed him more than ever. As things got more and more mad around her, she needed the normalcy of him. Still, he was a nerd deep in his heart and should love this. She still had to figure out what to tell her parents. She'd been back for one day after almost 2 years away and now was going straight to Scotland. They had wanted her to visit, but she could say she had a new job to do. Maybe she could tell them she's a travel blogger. "We'll have to have dinner with Mum and then see Dad on our way to Scotland. Luckily, he lives in Winchester. It's not really on the way, but worth it for the car."
Your Land Rover?
"Yep, she's beautiful. I'll call Mum. Why don't you read a bit and see if you notice anything they missed?" She left the guns laying on the table and went into her bedroom. Again, she was surprised at how well they had fixed everything up. Her broken window was replaced and looked just as it had before the attack. There was no glass on the carpet, which she appreciated. Her thoughts turned back to the job at hand. She had to check in with Matthew on a daily basis and let him know how the job was going. Her mission was just to find she and discover if she had a nest of newborn Spriggans. Eternal would do the rest, or so he had told her. She wasn't going to let them kill. She still remembered she in two ways: the sweet geek girl who always brought flowers for the table, and the manic who stabbed Jim to death in front of her. She was insane, and she needed to be locked up, but she did not need to be killed. She might have sent this mad Spriggan after her, but in she's mind, she had killed her only real friend. She dialed the number in her phone for her mum and let it ring. It rang 2 times, and then the older woman answered. They spoke only for a few minutes and decided that she was going to meet her and her stepdad for dinner at the local pub. She didn't talk much besides that, and to say that she was safe, the flight was fine. She didn't mention the Spriggan. She was worried about what Matthew had said. Was her family a target? Was Bree smart enough to know about them? Could someone have been watching to see if the Spriggan was successful? Was there a plan to come and get it? Anything strange been happening? Anyone asking for me? Her mother laughed in response.
No, not recently, but did your friend ever find you?
Who? She asked, though she already knew the answer.
That Scottish girl. She called a few months ago to see if you were back yet.
Yeah, I'm going to see her, actually.
Bree before. Getting back to Scotland had taken what seemed an age. She had finally gotten to Cairns in Australia, gotten a flight to Edinburgh, and a bus that was 3 hours to her home of Dean Eden, or rather a bus to Gildon, which was a city near it, and then another bus to her home. She hadn't told anyone she was back. Her mother normally came and got her when she was back from her adventures, but this time it was different. She was different. She was like a giant. She was Godzilla walking around her old hometown, just trying not to crush it all. Dean Eden was a quaint little hole of nothing. It had around 10,000 people, which she'd thought was small, but now knew was tiny. It was a place of narrow roads, old buildings, old people, and lots of weekend visitors. It made its money from being quaint and selling things to the tourist who came, such as local handicrafts, books and second-hand shit. She went from the bus stop and walked out of the small station and down the street. Her mother would be at work. She ran a shop that was a weird and very popular shop with the tourists called the Cauldron. It sold things like candles, tarot cards and incense. Bree's mother sold a lot of crystals and mood rings too. She was a hardcore Wiccan and the tourists loved it. Everyone loves an herbal candle or something else that does nothing for 20 quid. She walked toward the shop. She was looking forward to seeing her mother. It would be good to show her some real power. Her mother would be happy and proud of her, she supposed. As she walked, she heard her name.
Bree?
She stopped and turned. It was Laura fucking Reynolds. She looked at the girl, trying not to laugh, but it was hard. She was fat and a bit spotty. Her hair had a greasy look to it, and she had dark rings around her eyes. She smiled at Bree all the same, a smoke alight in her hand. She was holding a pram, and a crying kid was in it. She smiled at her in return. Maybe this would be good. It was always nice to see the Queen of High School as a fallen idiot. Hello, Laura.
Where have you been? You look good, tanned.
Laura said, trying to be nice. That was odd. She did look good. She wasn't much in the face, but her body was pretty killer for this place, all skinny and tall. Besides, now she had a look in her green eyes that said, I'm bad. Thanks, Australia. Laura looked at her with a nod.
My man would miss me too much if I left. Besides, I have this one now.
She knew all about her baby. The only thing anyone did in a place like this was get pregnant. This Laura was 21, so at least she was a good age for Dean Eden. Her own mother had her at 16 years old. She was sure she'd heard that. Still married to David? It was all Bree could do not to say arseholes.
Of course, high school sweethearts.
As if it was an achievement to get the man who now worked as the assistant manager at Power Auto Parts. Good for you. Okay, I'm off to see Mum.
I'll say hi to David for you.
She felt the words wash over her, and they hit her like a punch to the back of the head. She'd always hated this bitch, but her man more. Why, oh, why? Because he used to live next door to her. He had been the first guy she was with, and then he had told everyone about it. She thought it was special, but he had used her and laughed about it. She turned back to Laura, the smile gone now. She walked right up to her, despite the fact that they were on a busy street in front of shops with a few people walking around. Still, she didn't care. She had her knife, and she pulled it out. She shoved it right against Laura's neck. She shoved the slightly fat Laura up against the glass of the shop window. It was incredible. The fear on the girl's face was amazing. She was shaking and terrified. "What, bitch?"
Nothing, I'm sorry.
She pushed it into her neck and a little bit of blood dripped. The girl was scared shitless, and she could sense it. She felt the blood flowing in her, the power it held. She wasn't afraid to kill her, it was just that people were already watching. "Don't talk to me again if you see me cross the street. I killed a man in Australia and I'd gladly kill you too. I'll bathe in your blood and plant a seed of life in your chest. Now piss off." She dropped her blade, and Laura grabbed her pram's handle and pushed it off. When she was up the street, she yelled, "Mad bitch!" back at Bree. She laughed and dropped the knife into a trash bin. She looked up and saw she was being watched. One person had seen it, a girl, Diana. She was 17, a goth, and was staring directly at her, in awe. "You gonna tell?" The girl laughed.
That was great. I actually hate her and her little sister. It's fine. Plus, no one will believe her. That was crazy.
"Think that's crazy?" She lifted her top up, and the girl looked at the vines on her stomach. She made them grow, and it reached out to touch Diana. She squealed, and she lowered her top, bringing the vines back. The girl looked amazed but not scared.
What are you?
A goddess. She knew this girl, and the reason she had shown her wasn't to be crazy. She needed her help. One of two things could happen. She'd run screaming and Bree would kill her in a few nights, or she'd want to help her and be amazed. She seemed amazed. She didn't speak, but she wasn't running either. "So Diana, does your family still own the funeral home?"
They sure do. Why do you think I get teased all the time? Wednesday Addams, Morticia, stupid sheep people.
She felt her pain but understood it now. The girl wore white makeup with a black hoodie that said, "Do not disturb, already disturbed." And her parents owned a funeral home. She was giving them fuel for the fire.
I help now with the bodies too.
With pride. "Good. You can help me too if you like." Diana would be great, and meeting her was just another sign she was on the right path. If she killed a load of people and made them into Spriggans, then people would notice. Yet even in a place like this, someone died every week of natural causes, mostly old people who died in their sleep, but also car accidents, suicides, and all the other things that plagued small and boring towns.
I'll help you. Hey, you should tell Daniel. He's a vegan now and he's gone all political. You remember Daniel Foster from your year?
She remembered him. She put her arm around her. "I'm going to see my mum. Want to come?" "Bree now!" All of that was 2 years ago. 2 years of gaining power, followers, and having fun. Life had been good, and she was waiting until Vicky returned to start properly. She wanted her death to be the starter's pistol. She looked up Vicky's details and called her mum once every few months to find out where she was. It wasn't hard. She even updated her Facebook. She saw her in Cancun, and knew from her contacts something odd had happened there too. While she was there, she kept getting Google News pings that a body was found and killer on the loose, followed by a massive crash of some yacht. She watched the disaster unfold and saw how it was managed by someone. She was involved in something else, it seemed. She was like a trouble magnet. She was going to kill her, but she knew she had to wait. Once she saw the post on her Facebook that she was coming home, the plan had come together. She knew she's dad had a flat in the city. It normally had renters, but they were leaving, and she would go there when she got back. They had even talked about she staying there if she came to London. She had changed in the 2 years. She was a woman now and not a nervous girl. She sat in a car parked across the street from the house, or flat, and she looked out the window at the scene unfolding before her. The glass of the car was tinted, and no one could see in. Still, she looked up to the window and saw Vicky's blonde head. She was fine, and it didn't make sense. Next to her in the car was her mother. They were very close now. She looked like an older version of Bree, but with frizzy brown hair and more smiles. She was very kind and friendly for a witch or a Wiccan.
How is she alive?
I have no idea, but did you see those men?
Yeah, she's working with them. Maybe she is one of them.
She knew about these people. To her, they were just the white van people, the ones who did the cleanup, but they seemed to know everything about this world. The worst thing was, they were around her hometown of Dean Eden, but stood out and no one told them anything. They were clearly still trying to find out about her. Maybe Vicky was working with them now. That would make sense. She was anti-monster and so were they. She assumed they were mad Christians or something. She watched as they left and thought of what she had seen. She had arrived and gone upstairs with her bearded boyfriend. They were still together. That was nice, she thought. He never posted on Facebook. They heard some loud crashing and smashing and then nothing. She was almost going to get out and go set the Spriggan free, but she saw as white vans pulled up. She knew who they were. The cleanup crew. They had hidden the Spriggan incident and now went in. She saw two carrying a barrel, which seemed light, and they came out an hour later with it, and it seemed much heavier. She knew that meant that they had cleaned up and done a full job on her poor new recruit. She wasn't just some loose end anymore. She was dangerous, and the Spriggan was surely dead. That made her mad as well. She'd failed it. The Spriggan had been a man, just an ordinary man, but it had turned and she saw she could control the Spriggans too. She had planned this for months. When she knew Vicky's flight and knew the house would be empty, she came down to England with her mother. The man had already waiting for them. John was his name, and he had a truck that waited in the driveway. He was single and about 40, and a locksmith she'd hired him off a job finder site, with this guy's name and a fake profile. She had gotten out and gone to him, her feet cracking on the stones of the path. "Hello, John, is it?"
"Hello, Victoria. In a spot of bother?"
he asked. He had seemed nice, and he was. She smiled. "Yes, I just got back from overseas and Dad has changed the locks." He just smiled at her.
"No worries. I'll give you a new set. It'll be £90 like I said."
There was a communal door at the bottom which was always unlocked. They went up to her door, and in less than 2 minutes, he had the deadbolt out and the door open. He put this thing to the lock, kind of like a big gun with a needle, and it just broke all the pins in it. It swung wide, and he went to work on putting another in. He took the entire lock out, from the side, and put a new one in. As he did, she had walked around the house. It was empty. She'd kind of wanted to see her stuff, maybe leave a message on her mirror, but she didn't. She walked back to him as he shouted out to her. Her mother had stayed in the car. She had told Bree to forget this, but she knew she couldn't. Vicky had to pay, and her revenge was going to be poetic.
"All done,"
he said as she walked up. He had the new lock in, tested it and smiled. He handed her a key. It shone brightly in her hand. No checking she really owned it, just believing her little story. "Want some tea before you leave?"
"I'm fine. It's 90. Cash, if that's okay."
he asked, declining her offer. He did seem nice, but she hadn't felt guilty at the time. However, now that he was dead and in a barrel of acid, she did feel sorry for him. She had let the vines grow out of her stomach and around her body and down her arms. She always wore a baggy black hoodie with a zip at the front so the vines could slip out easier. The vines went under her hands and around his throat. She let them tighten sharply, and she snapped his neck. She had carried him through the house and, standing in the bathtub, she unzipped her top and threw it to the side. She let the vines stab into his neck and let the blood wash over her. It dripped in a solid rush of red warmth onto her skin and into her. She let the vines and the core of it inside of her absorb as much of it as she could. She held him until the blood stopped flowing, and gently she eased his body to the side. She was covered in blood, but she was used to that now. She undressed, had a shower, washing his blood down the drain, and got dressed again. She had then planted a seed in his chest and willed it to grow. That was 2 weeks ago, when she'd had the power and lifeblood of 4 people in her. It was a mistake to use so much, but she had started him turning and taken his keys driven off in the car. She and Mother had a nice time in London visiting the sights, and she checked on him every day. When he had fully turned, she returned and realized she had much more power now. She saw into his mind, just as if he was touching her head. He knew her thoughts. knew he'd had to stay and kill Vicky and then go back with her to Scotland and help her with her work, or come out into the daylight and make people face the truth. She had her children ready around Dean Eden, ready to come out when she wanted, slowly changing. She looked up at the house. Vicky was coming out and she had Carl with her.
We have a problem,
Her mother said, watching Vicky cautiously. What? She knew they had a problem. Vicky was alive and in league with the people that had been hunting her since Australia.
She has a guardian. I can see a glow around her,
Her mother explained. A what? She asked, confused.
I just see the positive power. It's like a white glowing cloud. I have no idea what it is, though.
She looked at her, furious. Bloody Vicky and her stupid guardian spirit. Her mother had some real power at least. She could do unthinkable things and the beings of the dark liked her a lot, it seemed. She also knew things like this. She often saw things that no one could possibly see. Still, she had to find out what this was. It had helped Vicky win this fight, and now it all made more sense. Maybe it had helped her in the beginning as well. What could it be? I mean, she's not a Christian, so it's not an angel.
I have no idea. But given we're in London, we can find out. I know a woman who can help us, but we'll need something of Vicky's.
She'll leave if she's working for them. She'll be coming for me.
Vicky! They had dinner with her mother at the local pub, which was called the Duke of Edinburgh. It was one of those places that had a huge car park, loads of people and kids, and did more food than beer. She'd have been happier at a bar with the old men and no talking. But this was what a pub was now. At least they had a classic pub menu, so in true English fashion she got bangers and mash. The potato came drowning in gravy, which was good. Carl was well received by her mother. She'd met him once on a trip to Australia and liked that he had helped her build a website for her home business. Her stepdad was called Geoffrey, and he liked talking about old ships and things, which Carl enjoyed too. He thought it was very interesting that Captain Cook had invented the 3 rosters of crew so his men could be well rested. It wasn't. Still, it went well, and her new made-up job sounded good. She was doing a blog on cheap travel and paid by a hostel comparison site. Better than the truth, which was that she was working for some organisation or conspiracy of monsters or zealots to stop the knowledge of monsters getting out to the masses. Carl had even built the blog for her, which she had intended to do herself. It was a good cover story. She'd missed her mother a lot, and in truth was now worried she was bringing danger to them. Bree, it seemed, had called her a lot to check in on her, and knew when she'd be arriving. The file said she was living in a town called Dean Eden in Scotland, which was remote even for Scotland. It was particularly cold, and it rained excessively. It wasn't really close to Winchester, but she had no choice in that. The thing was that now she was getting bad feelings about everyone. She went to the bathroom, and when she walked out, this girl was at the sink, washing her hands. She had long blonde hair, but she wasn't really washing her hand much, more looking at her. She felt a terrible vibe coming off of this girl. She used the other sink and pushed past her, barreling out the door. She went downstairs and sat, but the girl never came back down. Was it eternal? Were they watching her? After the dinner, they went home, and she packed for another road trip, this time with weapons. She knew her employers must be evil. Why else give her a gun? They wanted her to use it, but she was certain that if she did, the angel would leave. Murderers surely didn't get guardian angels. She slept fine that night, spooning Carl, but she had the machete next to her bed. She woke with the sun shining in the window. Carl was out of bed already. She could smell the coffee machine working and got up and went out of the room. Carl sat at the computer, reading the file she'd received. It wasn't that they couldn't find Bree. They had resources. They had found her. They knew where her mother lived and all, but they couldn't find where she kept the bodies. In the file it spoke of Australia, and that a Spriggan was found about 5 hours north of the farm, 5 days after the breakout. They had covered it up, killed it. Yet they knew it had been made by a different player. Still, they never found where she had them, or if she had them at all. He handed her a coffee as she sat and turned the computer to her.
I think I have our first location.
He told her. It was a Google map and it showed nothing of note. It was a road through a field in the middle of nowhere. What's there?
Nothing now. But in World War II, it was a school.
And?
And it was Bree's mother's school. It's gone now, abandoned.
She knew he had a point. He'd been awake for hours and had at least found something. She chose to repeat herself. And?
And these Eternal guys can't find her base. I think it here. I reckon it's got an air raid bunker. They used to send British kids to the country to stay safe.
She looked at it carefully and murmured, mostly to herself, "Is that it?" After a moment's thought, she knew that it was.
That was easy.
4 hours of work and it's a hunch, but at least we have somewhere to go. Soon they were packed and on the road. It was 2.5 hours to Winchester if traffic was good, but it was the M3, so it normally meant 6 hours. They arrived just past lunchtime. Carl hadn't met her father before. He had only spoken to him once when Carl had FaceTimed him and asked him for permission to marry her. It was old-fashioned, but her father had liked it a lot. She didn't care what her father's answer was or would do it anyway, but she wanted the two men to get along. Her father's name was Francis, and he was some kind of executive for some company. He didn't really talk about what he did, but it involved a board and idiots making stupid decisions. As they pulled into the driveway, they drove up next to her Land Rover. She was in a hired car, which they had taken an Uber to pick up. As she saw her trusty Lagatha, she smiled. The Landy was a beast, green, big tyres. It had a new hardtop and was a 2-door vehicle, yet was still spacious. It was named Lagatha, after the hot Viking shield maiden from Vikings. She was looking forward to driving it, even though the gears were tough, and you really had to push down on the clutch. Her dad came to the door as they stepped up. He'd seen them coming up the driveway. He hugged her and Carl as well. He was a bit fat, and the hug was nice. It had been a few years since she'd last seen him, and now she was trying to run off again. She had to stay 2 days, or else. They had a roast for lunch and had a few cans of Guinness, which were brought by her stepmother. They asked her a lot about her travels, and she found it was easy to talk about the normal and forget she had a bag of deadly weapons in the car. That night, they watched a DVD and Carl had a cigar with her dad. They got some target practice the next day with an air rifle, while her stepmother tried to convince them to kill the squirrels that kept waking her up. Soon enough, Laggy was packed and they were on the road again. She looked back as her parents waved them off and the big tyres crunched on the gravel. The map on her phone said it was roughly 8 hours to the border. Already this part of England looked English. It was cold and forested, not the bush like Australia, not like the Queensland jungle.
I can drive later?
She laughed at the mere suggestion. "You can't drive," she reminded him. He was 32 and only had his L plates. He was so lazy about some things and so proactive about others.
But you've got a full license. You will supervise me. Anyway.
It's fine. I like this. At last she was back behind the wheel of a real tank of a car. She was higher up than most cars, looking down. Idiots on the road saw she was a blonde girl with a ponytail and assumed she was and tried to cut across her, and she just revved at them. The engine sounded like a deep, dangerous beast. It roared as she pressed the pedal. Still, it was slow to speed up. Changing gears was a workout.
So you made reservations for us?
Yeah, I would have camped it, but if Eternal's paying, I want to be comfortable. I booked a hotel in some town called Gilden. It seems nice. She put on some music and, keeping her hand on the wheel, began to roll a smoke with one hand.
Bree. One thing she didn't like was witchcraft. Now that she had the true power of nature at her command, all she needed was blood. She hated all of this sneaking around and just the damn evil of it all. Sure, killing people and draining their blood was probably evil and it was messy, but it was nature, trees and power. Witches were all demons and deals and darkness. She'd thought her mother was nothing before, dancing around naked and drinking nettle tea, but now she knew it was a lot worse. They had spent a night in their hotel, and when they came back the next day, she was gone. She'd actually taken down her Facebook page, which was smart of her. She just assumed she'd be on her way to Dean Eden. She went up to Vicky's front door, unlocked it, and walked in. There was no sign of a battle. She'd heard door smashing and glass breaking, but now there was nothing. These bastard people had cleaned it all up. Her mother walked into the lounge and looked around.
We need something like blood, or spit, or hair.
Something gross, I know. She went to the end of a hallway and into a bedroom. It helped very little. They hadn't really been able to unpack. They had just left again, still living from a backpack. Still, she went into the bathroom and looked. "Hello, Vicky," she smirked, eyeing a pair of toothbrushes in a glass next to the sink, one pink and white and one green and white. The green one had very brutalized set-off bristles and looked like a boy had been using it for way too long. She reached out and took the pink one. It should be Vicky. Besides, she wasn't giving her mother the other one as well. Witchcraft gave her the creeps and she was leaving Carl out of it. She'd kill him too if he got in the way, but she wouldn't curse him. That was a bit too far. She looked around the room and saw nothing else useful. It was pretty barren. Just one bag had been left behind. She opened the bag up and looked inside. It was some summer clothes, things she wouldn't need in Scotland. She dumped the bag onto the floor and saw nothing of note before turning to leave, but she stopped short. There was a dustbin in the corner. Moving to inspect it closer, she saw a single tissue with a spot of blood. Now she thought of Vicky as she had walked around. Her hand had been bandaged. She went back into the kitchen. "You find anything?" she asked her mother.
Nope. You?
She handed her the toothbrush, saying, "I think she cut her hand, and because she's not a slob, the old bandage will most likely be in the bin."
Great,
her mother said, dangling the toothbrush.
We'll need it. This isn't enough.
Soon enough, she was out the front of the apartment building, opening up the green plastic bin and reaching in. She ripped the stinking bag open and fished out a bandage that was conveniently in another little bag. She smiled. Damn, she was nice and neat. No blood on the other stuff. She looked at the bandage. It was quite soaked with blood. She'd hurt herself at least. Still not a single stitch and a dead spriggan. She handed it to her mother, who grinned.
This is perfect,
she praised. They drove off with the stolen booty to the house of a woman called Sarah Hudson. None of these witches had very scary names, and some of them were really odd. In general, she definitely hated them. The fake ones were okay. The tarot reading, incense-smelling ones were okay. People like her mother were okay. She had some power, but not a lot. People like this Sarah Hudson were terrifying. When she'd gotten back and shown herself to her mother, what she'd become, she had been so relieved. She found her mother wanted to help her and was a real witch. She'd never shown Bree anything much before. She just thought her mother was a vegan who danced around the fire at the solstice with her friends. But no, they were serious. A real witch's power was a lot weaker in real life than TV, but if anything, she was glad it wasn't stronger. Their magic was a bunch of horrid shit. It had taken her a long time to figure that out. They read tarot cards, drank tea and made potions and things, but they believed and gave thanks and favours to terrifying things to gain minimal results and surely damned themselves in the process. She was Scottish and went to a Catholic school as a child. Now she knew people who bribed demons with blood and worse things. Her power was dark and dealt with death, but it was made of life and nature. Her mother could do some magic, but she saw things as well. She felt things and was more in tune with the supernatural than most. She could imbue a curse, which she now knew was just bribing a demon or a fallen angel to hurt someone for you. It wasn't that hard. There were a lot of demons around and she knew they were all petty and angry, eager for humans to do stupid shit to win their favour. They pulled up before Sarah's house and she knew she'd be scary right off. Her house was a very weird design. It was very American, modern, all angles and concrete, with a big open window at the front. A security gate opened for them, and they drove right in. Her mother got out first and waited for her to join her.
Look, Sarah is a very serious lady,
her mother began.
She'll help us, but don't show her what you can do. She can't be trusted.
I thought you were friends, her mother laughed.
Not even close. She'll help, though. She wants to learn everything and anything she can.
They walked from the car, which they'd parked in an underground car park, and up the stairs into the house. Inside it was cold, new and very expensive looking. There were massive stairs and big open spaces, and as they walked in, a woman walked up to them. She was wearing yoga pants and a tight top. She looked like she'd been working out. Her hair was blonde and pulled back into a ponytail. She reckoned that she was the fit wife of a banker.
Hello, Fern.
Hugging Bree's mother, who smiled at her. Sarah turned, reaching to shake her hand.
Bree, is it? It's good to meet you.
Oh, Sarah, you look so good, so fit and tight,
her mother said kindly. As she did this, she actually touched the woman's bare stomach. It was weird. Her mother never acted like that, but the lady smiled and seemed to like it.
Oh, I know,
Sarah said with a smile.
It's my new diet. Now, anyways, what have we got? Your call was very interesting.
Fern, her mother, reached into her bag and pulled out the plastic bag. It had the bandage of Vicky's blood. Sarah looked at it curiously and took it.
This girl has a grudge against my Bree and a mysterious guardian. We want to know who or what it is.
A guardian?
Sarah asked, seeming intrigued.
Well, that's fun. What did it look like?
Glowing, like a white cloud.
Probably an angel, but let's find out.
Sarah went off downstairs and led them to a different room. She pushed aside a yoga ball and some mats and opened a double-door cupboard. She looked in and was horrified. Inside was all the usual dark magic crap. There was an altar with a silver bowl in the middle and things like feathers and black candles spread around it. She lit the candles and, taking the bloody rag, put it in. She then took some human-looking blood from an old water bottle and tipped it all in, stirring it with a bone. Sarah then dipped her finger in the blood and drew an eye on her head with it. Magic. She was sick of this crap. She turned to Bree and explained,
I'll ask the demon Calcifer to look at her and tell me what he sees. He'll be able to find her with her blood.
It was as casual as if Sarah telling her how to program the TV.
Oh, Dark One, Calcifer, find this one and fix her with your mighty gaze. Accept my offering and show me what I seek.
Sarah waited a while and then started nodding to herself. She then started to speak, and Bree almost screamed as a voice came out that wasn't his fit yoga woman's. It was from somewhere else, dark and frightening.
She has an angel guarding her. It's that bitch Valeria. Be careful, for she is strong, but I will scare her for you. Should I do more?
She felt afraid of that thing and just whispered, No. Then Sarah opened her eyes and seemed to return to normal. She wiped the blood off with a wet wipe she had waiting nearby and smiled.
An angel. A real guardian angel. That's mostly bad for you, but it can also be good.
She thought it was far from good, but she didn't know much about this stuff, except that witches worshipped demons and that those demons feared angels.
It can't hurt you. It won't hurt a human,
Sarah explained to Bree.
It has the power to break a demon in two and they can fight. All guardians are soldiers. They are like the Amazons in DC films, but with wings and blonde hair.
How is that good?
All that power can't touch people. Humans have free will, and that is holy. This angel might help her against gravity or a demon, but not a punch in the face or a knife in the night.
This was good. She could kill Vicky. She'd just have to do it herself.
Thanks, Sarah,
her mother said with a kind but wary smile. That's fine, but my masters will want something in return, Sarah said, waving the thanks away.
Feel like donating some blood for the cause?
Okay, but just a pint,
her mother said, sounding slightly exasperated as she pulled up a sleeve.
I have to drive.
Vicky! There wasn't even a border to Scotland, given it was the same country, really. Still, she saw that Carl was shocked. They had just driven to another country in a lot less time than it would take to drive from Victoria to Queensland. They drove along for another hour. She knew there were cities, but they wanted to go directly to Dean Eden, Bree's home. Gilden was around 100,000 people. It was so small to her. And they drove around the outside on a bypass and stopped at the hotel nearby. She pulled Laggy into the car park and they looked up. It was a lot nicer than she'd normally take, but Matthew said he expected them to stay at nice places. It was 4 stars, not 5, but it was still awesome. It was called the Grand and it looked every bit of it. She got out of the car and a uniformed man came to her. "We have valet," he offered. "Oh, okay, what about our bags?"
You take them in, and we will take them up for you.
The man was young and in a suit. She wasn't used to this, yet she took her bag, and Carl grabbed their leather satchel of weapons and his clothes. They went inside the sliding door and looked around.
Damn.
Carl whistled in awe. It was very nice. The counter was next to the door, and she checked in with the friendly redhead girl, who coincidentally was also named Victoria. Another man took their bags, but Carl kept the satchel of weapons. They were given a room key, and she saw they were on the 8th floor. This was good. They went up in an elevator with the man who had the trolley with their bags. As they got out, he opened the room for them and showed them in. Again, it was a damn moment.
How much did this cost?
A lot, about £500 a night, but Matthew said £10,000 was our total budget. He looked shocked.
I thought that was the fee.
Nope, that was spending money.
Man, they must be evil. This is too much.
She walked around the room and was impressed. It had a balcony, a hot tub in the bathroom, a big porno shower and massive bed. It also had a desk and a full kitchen. She took out her phone, or rather the new one Matthew had provided. "I'll check in." She walked out onto the balcony and started to roll a smoke as it rang. It was a mobile number and went straight through to Matthew. It only rang twice, then he answered smoothly.
Hello, Victoria, where are you?
"Don't you know?"
Why would we spy on you?
he asked, feigning innocence, though he continued, dropping the pretense to say,
But the car just got hit. The room, is it good?
He was being nice and she just ignored it. "It's great. I'm just calling to check in. Tomorrow we'll go to her hometown."
Okay, that's good. We appreciate it. Chat soon.
She walked back into the room, but something was nagging at her. She looked at the balcony door thoughtfully. As she slid it shut, she looked and saw it had a lock. Once she locked it, she felt better. They ordered room service food, some red wine, and even tried to have sex in the shower, but that had failed, so they just went to the bed instead. She woke in just her pants, still under the sheets. She heard a sound coming from the balcony. It was something scratching at glass. It wasn't a frantic "I want to get in" sort of scratching. It was a deep and scary come-and-look taunt, very slow and deliberate. She looked up, saw a dark shape at the glass door. Her bag was on the table, and she slipped from the bed and threw her top on before creeping to the bag. She pulled out a pistol, looking at the window. Her gaze froze at the window. 8 stories up, something stared back at her. It wasn't her imagination. It was real. Yellow eyes were all she saw, and then it came into view, a big dark shape. It ran its claws over the glass and was begging her to look at it. She pulled the gun up and crept to it. She felt something. She knew it wouldn't try break in. It was something else. It was a warning, or it was watching her. She stood before the glass, the gun in her shaking hand, and stared at the creature. It locked eyes with her, and she felt them drilling down into her. It stood up as she looked and stretched its wings. The thing was made of shadow, or at least looked it, but it was black as pitch. It was massive. At least 8 feet, but alive. It had huge wings and a large formless body. It looked like the Grim Reaper had come to visit her. It slowly regarded her, and she felt how unafraid of the gun it was. She jerked with fear as she saw it had hands. They came out from the formlessness and were touching the glass. The creature had bloody hands and its scratching claws kept working. But it was just scratching, and she looked down at the letters which spelled "turn back." Then she heard it laugh through the glass, a deep, horrid chuckle, and it slowly turned and flew off on large wings, fading into shadow as it went. She felt the warm urine run down her legs, and she tried not to cry. She opened the door and looked up into the sky. Thankfully, it was gone. She was sitting against the glass door when Carl woke. He just looked at her ashen face, hands shaking and holding her gun, and went to her. He held her.
Are you okay?
Not even close. She'd faced a Spriggan. The mermaid had been a nightmare, but the thing she'd seen right now was so much like a real hell and blood demon that it terrified her. It was like a reaper or a dementor, but worse. It was smart and cold. It was hell come to life, and it scared her. It was what demons looked like, or what people thought they did. She thought of those claws touching the glass. Could it touch her? She thought they were meant to be unseen, unable to touch people. Yet her angel could touch her. Did that mean it was the same for demons? She had to learn more about this world before her ignorance got her killed.
Bree. She had gotten back that night, and because she was sick of demons and horror, she went in her own car to Daniel's house. It was a small cottage on the outskirts of town. The whole thing with Daniel just showed that she was a woman now. He had come to her meetings. He was a painter, thick black hair, thick arms. He'd come, and she knew by way he looked at her that he liked her. Naked, she was an acquired taste. Yes, she was fit and lean, but she did have vines growing out of her stomach. Yet she soon found out men cared less about that than that she was willing. It was Dean Eden, after all, and pickings were very slim. He greeted her at the door with a glass of red wine from a box, the classy 2-litre kind that was £7. He'd gotten her text. He had been a year or two ahead of her in class, and now that she got him, he made her happy. She took the wine as she walked in. He had a fire burning. He kissed her as she walked in. Not the quick hello kiss of a couple of years, but the hot and lingering tongue and gripping kiss of a few weeks. It still burned hot, but now that Vicky was coming here, she needed to really focus.
How did it go?
As far as he knew, she'd been going to London to kill Vicky. She told him everything, and he was a much darker person than she'd thought originally. He was kind to her and smiled and joked with his friends, but he could hurt someone and not care a lick. It was something she thought might be wrong with him, that he was a true sociopath. But he was nice to her, and she had a demon seed inside her, so who was she to judge? Badly. She's coming here and she has protection.
A bodyguard?
Worse, an angel, but it can't hurt people. I need an ordinary person to kill Vicky, she explained. She had been thinking of paying someone, but then she thought of him, lovely dark Daniel. She looked at him and saw there was no concern there. He'd do it and just not care in the end.
I'll do it.
She set the drink down on the table and slowly started to take her clothes off. Good boy. She left his house in the morning and drove to a place she loved. It was just on a hillside, and she drove into the car park. She pulled her car into a free space next to one other car and got out. There was a sign which read Granton Stones. She walked from the car park to the little path and up the grassy hill. It was cold and windy, but she saw there was an old couple there looking at the stones, taking photos with a camera they had. It was a proper camera, not just a phone, and the old man took photos of the stones, not of his party in front of them. It was a slice of history. People didn't know what they were for, just like Stonehenge. The stones were just a smaller version of Stonehenge, but without the top stones. All of them just went up in the air, but they still formed a circle. They were made of thick, dark stone and looked ancient. The local witches and Wiccan folk loved this place. Her mother came here and danced around. All told, there were 12 of the stones. She knew each represented 1 month of their old calendar. She walked into the centre of the stones and looked down. The ground was black and burned from an old fire. Soon the old couple had taken a few photos and wandered off back to their car. She walked up to one of the stones and touched it. She felt a deep connection with it. The stone had a few deep marks on the side, and she knew they were from a sword or an axe blade. They used to tie people to this and kill them. They would water the ground with the blood of sinners and criminals, and thus the grove would grow. She looked around her and saw that it was now all fields of vacant grass, but hundreds of years ago would have been trees and forest as far as one could see. She would return it to that. Often, when she was brimming with the power, she thought back and almost saw the world as it was, a forest that stretched out before her in all its beauty, before humans had chainsaws, cars, and machines of destruction. It was the times she was full of blood that she knew that's what the seed was. It was nature. It was a relentless and mindless urge to grow, and that was all. She waited for a few more minutes and then sat down. She pulled out her phone and headphones. She started to listen to some music. She sat cross-legged for a long time, feeling the cold growing in her bones, and then felt a hand shaking her. She opened her eyes and looked up. Standing before her was Diana, one of her people now, yet still her young friend. She was dressed in all black and smiled down at her. She helped Bree to her feet. She put her phone away and looked around. Surrounding her was a ring of people. She saw that the sun rising. It was only just coming up, but that ring was lit with the first rays of the day. She took a moment to count the people around her. There were 11 of them. Most were dressed like witch hippies, girls with long dresses and messy hair, a few men. One fat and holding a staff, like a dickhead neo-druid. His name was Yendor. Really, he was a tosser, but he had money and gave donations to the group, so she let him stay. The people gathered closer and closer to her. They had done this for weeks now. She had them, and she liked it. If she to give her their cars or houses, they would. She was the one. They treated her like a goddess, as they should. They had no idea what she had planned, but she needed their blood and craved their esteem. She waited a long time looking from one to the next and then spoke aloud. "Who is ready?" They all spoke back and shouted, "We are!" It ran a thrill through her. She unzipped her hooded top and, taking it off, knelt. She was wearing only her bra, but wanted it on her skin. As she knelt, a man named Joel walked to her first. He held out his hand and, bringing out a knife, he brought it across his hand. It cut in deeply. He winced as he did it, crying, "Take my sin and make me whole." He let the blood drip onto her. The bright red blood trickled from his hands down onto her and hit her bare skin. She felt the power of it as it did. Freely given, it had even more she'd learnt, and it filled her. More and more people came, and as they did, she let the vines grow up out of her stomach. They wrapped around her arms and legs, around her, and down they went and into the ground. She felt that as if it were her own fingers. Digging down through the ground, she poured the power in. She found the grass, the flowers and seeds, the weeds, the beginnings. She pushed life into all and opened her eyes. Around her the stones burst to life and colour. The grass beneath them burst green, and white and yellow flowers bloomed in bunches near the stones. Finally, from the middle of the circle was an oak. It was big, and she let it grow from a seed into a sapling. Her followers gasped as it grew, and Diana fell to her knees before them.
"You are a goddess."
She laughed. It was true. Bree looked around the grove and saw the world he would create. Slowly, all of her people, one by one, fell to their knees. They bowed down before her on the grass. Her, Bree, the nerd, the outcast, always picked on and laughed at. Now she was a goddess. She looked at them and knew they would do anything she asked. It made her happier than anything ever had.
Vicky! They had left the room and left the blood-stained glass and its faded message behind. She got them on the road as soon as Carl was awake and dressed. Now they drove a bit too fast down the highway. It was slowly getting more and more rural. The sides of the roads were just paddocks and fields. The sky was grey and seemed like it would rain. Grey clouds floated like solid things in the sky, looking too heavy to hold themselves up. She had expected castles on every hill, but had not seen one yet. Lots of ancient and old-looking farmhouses, but nothing epic or straight out of Braveheart yet. Carl was being very patient with her. She'd said very little, but that they had to leave. Finally, he asked,
"What happened?"
She drove on, looking at the road and lighting her 10th smoke. "I saw a real monster, a demon or the Grim Reaper. It was there to warn me, I think." He let it sink in for a moment.
"Warn you how?"
It wrote "turn back" in blood, and it is no doubt connected to she. So maybe Bree is a witch after all. Shit. Yeah, damn. It was scary though. I mean, this is all so much. I thought, this is my job now. Stop being shocked. Stop acting surprised. But it keeps getting worse.
We could stop.
We can't. I've seen what one Spriggan can do. 10 would kill hundreds. I just have to stop being a chicken. He laughed at her rationalizations.
Yeah, you're overreacting. Glad you have guns now, though. Will you tell Matthew?
Yes, but if you want to do some research on it, that would be good. I'm sick of not knowing anything. I don't know what is real and what isn't, and I need someone to give me a straight answer. She fell into silence, and they drove for another 2 hours before they came to the town. It was cute and quaint. It looked like the small English towns they had everywhere, and tourists loved them. It was the kind of place you went to on the weekend and bought things like ice cream and looked at someone famous house like Jane Austen's. It seemed like a town from the past. Small buildings, narrow streets and little shops selling books and trinkets. It would be easy to film a TV show here if it was about travelling back to the 1920s. They passed a pub and she pulled off the road and into the car park behind it. It was full and busy. This place was called the Dolphin, as proclaimed by the hand-painted sign they had just passed, which hung over the door. She parked the car in the narrow space. They had booked a room for 2 nights, and now she was glad it was on the ground floor. She had to stop getting rooms she could smoke in, now that she knew someone could fly in at any time. Bloody madness. Still, that thing looked like it could pass through walls regardless. Check in, then go to the school? The school or former site of it was about a 15-minute drive from the hotel.
Sounds good.
She lugged her bag this time and had to do it herself. The old white-haired Scottish lady at the counter gave them a real key with a black number painted on it and just told them the room number. The room itself was still nice, but it was more old-fashioned than the hotel by far, almost more like a B&B. The bed was big and the door solid, which was what she wanted. She dumped her backpack next to the bed, and Carl did the same. She took the time to wash her face in the mirror. As she looked at herself, she half expected bloody letters to appear, but they didn't. She was fine. They left the room, walking out into the large bar.
Drink first?
He could tell she was still uptight, and it would be good for her to relax. She ordered 2 pints and was glad they only cost £1.50 each, which was mad cheap. She sat down with the frothy drink and took a swig.
I was thinking maybe we should talk to a priest.
Carl said after a moment. Why?
Well, they believe in all this, right?
I used to go to church, and it's one thing to say you believe demons whisper to people and try make them do bad. It's another thing entirely to say they are hunting you.
Well, let's just find a crazy one. I mean, there has to be someone on the internet who knows about this stuff.
Maybe if I could trust Eternal, I could ask them. But I'm positive they are monsters too, so I don't want to risk that just yet. Carl just nodded and took a swig of his beer. She had promised herself she would just take all this as normal and stop being a sook, but it all just kept getting worse. She took a big swig of her beer and enjoyed the cold of it. She looked at Carl's bearded face and over his shoulder at the 3 guys watching them. She was getting a bad feeling about them. Why had she done this? Was it worth it? Everyone was a threat to her now. Wouldn't she be happier as a travel blogger or just anything else at all? She drained her drink, ignoring the men who got another round and went back to talking in rough Scottish voices about football.
You know where it is? This school?
My phone does, she pointed out. They left the pub after a single drink and drove out to the school. It was along a single winding road that went through the countryside, only wide enough for 1 car at a time. She had to pull over to let little cars pass Laggy twice, but soon enough they pulled up to it. The school had a sign that was once well painted. Now she couldn't read it at all. It was faded and broken, collapsed on rusted chains. The building was fairly large, a red brick affair, maybe 100 years old. So new for here, but abandoned now. She got out of the car and shut the door, locking it. She hadn't taken her weapons. She wasn't going to carry a gun around in Scotland. She did have her taser, though. In the back of the car, under a blanket, she had all the rest of her tools of destruction. "What's the story?" she asked, wondering why a public building like this would be left to rot.
No jobs, no kids, no school.
They walked to the front door and it was open, or rather it was smashed in a bit. She pushed it with her hand and the double doors opened with a groan. Inside, the once white walls were painted with random graffiti. Nothing good, just names and tags over and over in black or faded red. It smelled a bit of mould, and a faint drip-drip was the only sound she could hear. The roof was gone in parts, fallen to the floor or ripped off in storms. When it rained inside too. There was a large puddle on the floor. Charming! She felt it. She knew this was the place. She looked at the floor and saw that there were muddy footprints on the stained tiles. They looked days old, and no one should be coming here. This town had a population of a few thousand, but she was sure the local teenagers had a better place to hang out than this. This was a place where teenagers had a lot of places to binge drink that were a lot less full of tetanus-carrying nails and asbestos.
Where?
Don't you know?
Where is a bomb shelter normally? You're English and have your Angel GPS.
She looked around. It's probably outside or in the courtyard. They walked up the hallway, past some old classrooms. She looked in as they walked past. Doors swung wide and broken. Each room was full of desks and weeds were growing through the floor. It all looked creepy and forlorn. Soon they turned left, and there was a door to an inner courtyard. She shoved the half-broken door and it gave easily. Inside the room there was a roof, but the ground was covered in asphalt. It was outside of the main building, but they had built a roof over it. She looked and saw there was a big set of doors to one of the sides. It looked like an even larger version of an American storm cellar. She walked over to it and reached out. In her hand, she held a very new chain and new padlock. It was painfully out of place here. They looked brand new, expensive and thick.
Great.
As he said it, she took the chain in both hands and pulled. She didn't know if this would work. She knew her guardian could touch what she touched, but didn't know if it would help her now. She yanked, but nothing happened. She strained, and her hands went white with the effort of pulling the heavy chains. She stopped and looked up, to God or the angel. To both, really. "Come on," she growled, trying again. As she pulled, the chain ripped apart in her hands. She laughed in triumph. She was basically Jessica Jones. The very links tore and fell apart like they were made of rubber. Carl was shocked and looked beyond excited. He had that nerdy fanboy look on his face again.
Wow, she's tough. Is that how it works?
Yeah, she grabs it too, I think. She opened the left door and then the right. She almost winced when the air hit her. It was so off. The air was ripe with the smell of dead bodies and shit. She'd never smelt the dead before, but she knew what it was. It was instinctive. She pulled out a flashlight and her taser. Trying not to breathe, she walked slowly down the metal stairs and into the room. It wasn't a classic bomb shelter at all. It was an air raid shelter. It was meant for short-term living, not the end of the world. It was big, really big, and held a few World War II-looking coats, concrete walls, and had a dripping sink far off in the corner. The room was horrid. She thought of the poor kids in here. She'd be reluctant just to step in here. As she walked on, she was guided by her sense of smell and disgust, and then she looked out. Her light was shining on a single body. It was what she feared, but it was worse, because it was just one. It was a man, and he was dressed for a funeral. Clearly his. He was around 80. He looked scrubbed and clean, except for the knife hole in his chest and the vines growing from it. She looked at the body. Its face was blank, no expression, and she saw the plants were growing. Vines were coming up and out of him as he lay. He also twitched as some vines ran through his dead organs. She hoped it would take days for him to turn, but this worried her. She was putting her demonic eggs in different baskets. Who had this man been? As she looked around, shining the torchlight, she saw one more body. She walked to that one as well and looked down at it critically. It too was a man this time, much older, white hair, also in a suit. The vines were just starting to rip out of his chest. He still looked mostly human. Carl looked at him thoughtfully.
They have been embalmed. She must be working with a funeral home. That's smart.
Did we bring the chainsaw? Carl's face was pale and he looked like he wanted to throw up. She laughed and hit his arm. She was tougher than he was, it seemed. Harden up.
The chainsaw and everything else are in the car.
Okay, let's go get it and sort this out quickly. She started to walk towards the doors and then she heard them slam. She heard a chain being pulled across it to the metal of the front. She ran to the door and pushed it. It was shut tightly and there was a new chain. Someone had trapped them inside. She looked at Carl nervously.
If we get out, they'll be waiting,
he said, sounding concerned. He looked up and turned his torch around, so it was a little baton. Then she went to the door. Please help, she whispered to her guardian, and she shoved the door. It flung open with such force that the doors flung back and one of them broke off its hinges. The new padlock snapped and she ran out. She was expecting Bree, a Spriggan, or some demon from hell, but instead faced some Scottish blokes. The three guys from the pub. She knew they had been dodgy. Carl stood next to her, his torch in hand, her with the taser drawn and ready. There were three of them, and all three were big Scottish burly blokes. She looked at their hands for some reason, big workers' hands that would gladly choke her. They turned and looked shocked at the door having just flown open, but ignored it. One walked to her, pulling out a knife. It came out of a sheath he had made for it. He had thick black hair and big arms. He looked mean, and like he'd hit her for sure, and almost definitely worse.
Well, how did you do that?
He asked, and gestured for the others to rush them. She didn't talk. She knew that the angel couldn't help her. It was just them versus her. She pointed the taser at him and fired it. It shot cords out, and they hit his chest. She held the button, and he fell to the ground, convulsing with some spit frothing at his mouth. She saw Carl dodging a fist to the face, and he actually hit back at the man hard with the torch. It was metal, and exploded in a shower of batteries and a cry from the man. The other one leaped at her. They were big and just guys, yet she'd never even been in a proper fight, even with another girl. The taser was knocked from her hand, and she was pinned to the ground under him. The man punched at her face. She saw the giant fist coming, not in slow motion but too fast for her to blink, and felt it hit her eye hard. She winced as it hit and felt her head explode in pain. Her vision swam, but she hit back at his face, seeing her fist hit him. Though she had wanted to send him flying, it barely made his lip bleed. He hit her again, and it brought blood to her mouth. He reared back and grinned at her. She could smell his breath, and she shuddered in disgust. She wasn't letting him hit her again, though. She grabbed his shirt and smashed her forehead into his nose. Did the angel help? It must just have been a good hit. Blood poured from his face, and she rolled to the side. Carl was there now, and the other one was gone. He helped her up as the last guy stood back up. He reeled back, bleeding and mad. He touched his bleeding nose, checking if it was broken, but she doubted it was.
Fucking bitch.
He spat as he drew out a knife from behind him and held it in front of him. She saw the anger in him. He'd got in fights and hit people. Now some puny girl had hurt him, but it was more than that. He had the look of a killer, a stupid and thoughtless fury. She knew again the angel couldn't help. It was his free will against hers. The man stabbed towards her and she was pushed to the side. Carl was in front of her. He moved too fast, faster than he should. It was the man's will to try and stab her and Carl's to get in the way. They didn't cancel each other. It was win-win. She screamed as the knife sank into Carl's stomach and the man pulled it out again. He stepped back, shocked, but as Carl fell down, he looked at her, and she knew she was next.
You're next,
the man said, as if it weren't already clear enough. She looked down and next to her foot was the taser. It was ready to fire, and the cord was back in it, rolled up neat and primed. It hadn't been a moment ago. She ducked down as he lunged, the knife going above her head, but she grabbed the taser and fired it as she stepped back. It hit the idiot as he tried to step over Carl. The cord hit him and she held the button for an age. His body was rocked with the force of it and he fell backward, out cold. Oh, but she loved that thing. She held it for a few more moments as the voltage ran into his body and then dropped it. She fell to the ground and held Carl. There was blood pouring out of the cut in his stomach and she looked in his eyes. They found hers, but were filled with pain. Why? He laughed through the pain, but had done the math.
I'll be fine. It was a 4-inch blade, average man. It won't even hit my intestines.
She cried as she held him close. I love you, nerd.
Carl! Ned! He looked down at the black hoodie he was wearing, and as he collapsed to his knees, the hot red blood just bubbled up from below in a stab of pain. He held the front of it with closed fingers that were soon soaked red. His hoodie and tee ruined, ripped but showing no skin. The thug who had stabbed him was still out cold. He even shook once, a painful-looking twitch. The first one who attacked Vicky was up and gone, as was the guy he smashed the torch over. The only one left was this idiot. He collapsed to his knees and then sat down on his behind. He was in so much pain. She ran to him. She was so shocked. She'd expected it to hit her, but he knew he had help. He'd moved in a flash to stop it. The angel had helped him, he was certain. He'd wanted to get in the way, and it had let him. The wound bled a lot, and it hurt, but he knew it wasn't fatal. Maybe he would bleed for an hour, but the knife was short, just as he'd told her. The Japanese samurai, when killing themselves, stabbed in only as deep as the gut. Screaming in death was not honorable. If you pierced the intestine, then you really knew about it because of the pain and the amount of blood. This pain was the worst thing Carl had ever felt. He cried when he stubbed his toe, let alone getting stabbed. Guess there is no ambulance here. This place was the fucking boonies. There was nothing around. Maybe a doctor who specialized in old people and more than one naturopath, but he wanted morphine, not tea.
I don't even know where the hospital is.
I can get to the car, but first I need to try staunch it. Can I borrow your top? She was wearing a hoodie under her leather jacket and took them off and handed the hoodie to him. He held it to the wound and almost cried out as he pressed down. It would have been better if the knife stayed in, but the guy had wanted it back. He tried to get to his feet, but the pain was so bad that he collapsed back down. He felt tears and the blood pumped harder. Damn it, sorry. Then she looked at him gently.
I could carry you.
With a smile. He laughed and felt a stab of pain. That might be better. She scooped him up in her arms and did it easily. She had help this time, but she was way stronger than him regardless. Vicky and her angel carried him through the school and through the hallways. The pain was better now. It hurt and bled, but a lot less than it would have with him walking. He was secure enough in his manhood to let her carry him. Besides, the stab wound made him the hero. He was also being carried by an angel. That's how cool he was. They carried him to the front of the school, kicked the door open, and went to the car. She lowered him to the ground, opened the door, and then picked him back up and slid him in. He was bleeding a fair bit more than he thought he should and was feeling faint. He touched the wound and looked at her, his vision blurring. I think it might have been 5 inches. It was then that Carl passed out and everything went black. He woke first in flashes, and then fully. Flash 1, Vicky was yelling at someone on the phone. Flash 2, they were driving like mad up some road. She was honking and screaming as she went. Flash 3, he woke as he was pulled out of the car by 2 men. It was almost the same as being lifted by Vicky. They picked him up with care, but with the ease of picking up a toy, and carried him to a stretcher in the back of the white and waiting van. It had no windows, but inside was just like an ambulance should look. The 2 men were dressed like normal people. They looked like they were trying to fit in, but they worked efficiently, clearly knowing what to do. They had gloves on and didn't look at him, working away.
He's O positive,
one said to the other. In moments, he had a blood drip in his arms. He saw Vicky was next to him. Her hand was in his. It was warm, and he saw she had blood on her face and hands. He was shocked there was so much of it. Are you okay? She just nodded in response and said,
It's yours.
When he woke fully, it must have been the next day at least. Sunlight that came in the window as golden morning light. Outside, the sun was rising, casting orange beams onto everything. He was in a real hospital bed, and his stomach hurt like hell. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as it had been before. On a stand next to him was a clear drip, not blood, but drugs. He felt a slight buzzing glow of safety, which he assumed was from the morphine. In fact, the more he thought about it, he felt very good. Things were okay. They were going to be fine. He knew that. Next to him, she sat asleep in a chair. He looked at her pretty face and was filled with anger. Her eye was puffed up and turning black, and he knew that prick had punched his woman. It made him so angry, angrier than that the man had stabbed him. Still, he was damn glad he'd made it. He was in pain and had had a brush with death, but he'd finally done something to help. Since the Spriggan, he had been the tech support. Now she was a fully fledged superhero, and he was her sidekick. He wasn't even the Robin to her Batman. He was Chaz, and she was Constantine. Actually, he didn't drive, so he was worse than Chaz. Still, he had saved her, the woman he loved, and she did love him. He didn't understand why sometimes, but that was fine. He'd just keep proving it was a good idea. Also, he was skinny, and a bad arse scar across the gut got him off the hook of ever having to have a six-pack in the future. As he stared at her, she slowly woke up, the sunlight shining in on her. They had a private room, and he doubted they had paid for that. Working for an evil corporation had its perks. He'd be dead if not for their roving medic team. "Good morning," he said. He was surprised at how rough his voice was. She sat up and went to him swiftly. She hugged him, and it hurt, but it was good.
You're crazy, but thank you.
She sighed.
I don't know if I'd have made it without you.
Sure, it wasn't that bad. She looked at him.
It was. They said if the knife was an inch deeper, or if we didn't get blood into you, you would have died.
Oh, well, it worked out, didn't it? He put his hand to her face in concern. Her eye was going to be blackish purple, and her lip was a bit puffy. You okay?
First fight and against a big gorilla man, I'd say I did pretty well.
She had saved them, too. She had tased the guy, carried Carl, driven to the ambulance. If she'd been stabbed, he would have called Eternal, or been stabbed himself. He needed to learn to fight and drive. If he was going to be a sidekick, he needed some better skills. So, Bree sent them? Have they been arrested?
The one who cut you is. He was caught at a hospital, getting treated for being shocked and a cut on his hand. It seems that taser has been fiddled with. It's way stronger than is legal.
She then leaned in, kissing him on the mouth, deep and strong. He was glad he'd been useful for once, but now he'd be sidelined. How long will I be in here?
A week at least, but I'll bring your laptop if you like.
Sure, they better have free Wi-Fi here.
Bree. Daniel came and told her what happened, but he really didn't need to. He'd been waiting for Vicky at the bed and breakfast where she had booked and followed her to the school with two of his idiot mates. They had tried to lock the pair in the room with the body of Mr. Matheson and let him do all the work. But she had gotten free, and then her boyfriend had been stabbed. She didn't care Daniel and his goons had tried to kill Vicky and Carl. That was what she wanted. What made her mad was that these morons had done such a poor job of it. Now the police were interviewing him. Jacob Gree, one of Daniel's friends. He'd be charged with assault and attempted murder. She doubted he'd stay quiet about why he was there. Gladly, he had no idea about her and had just been told by Daniel that if they killed the girl, they'd get $5,000, but not from who. He wouldn't mention her name. He had no idea what she was. He probably thought she was an alien, but he knew she was special. The weird thing was that there were no cops at the school. They could have had police all over that school, found her body. But Carl was with Vicky, and she worked for them. They didn't want a mess, it seemed. She was at the school within moments of hearing from Daniel what happened. Her mother was in the car with her. They had pulled up out the front, and she got out of the white hatchback and slammed the door. Her mother rushed to walk next to her as she shoved open the schoolroom door. She walked through the hall, anger streaming off her, and she shoved it open. As she walked to the cellar, she looked around. The door was evidence of Vicky's strength. She'd flung it open, but had been beaten by some men from the pub. Yet she'd also killed a Spriggan before. It made little sense to her. On the one hand, she was a girl, and on the other, she was Wonder Woman. She had a flashlight and pulled it out from her bag, flicking it on as she walked down the stairs. It was close, but showed her the smarts of putting the bodies all around this town like little Easter eggs waiting to hatch. The town held around 10,000 people, and she had dead bodies in roofs, in walls and cupboards waiting to turn and kill everyone. She could have them turn in days, but it needed too much power. Making the seed was hard enough. She had learned it took so much power to even make a seed. She'd had to wait this long, but she finally had enough. If she'd been willing to kill, it would have been faster, but that drew too much attention. She reached out to the body and grabbed it with a vine that came out from under her hand without a thought. She took its dead neck and lifted it high above her. He wasn't going to waste. She would just move him. She took the body and her mother walking behind her, picking up her torch and lighting a path for her. She walked up the stairs and signed. Standing there waiting for her were two men. Both wore suits and looked way too professional for this place. They didn't look Scottish. They had tans. They were from a place with the sun. She knew they were from the conspiracy, yet that was all. Her mother backed away, seeming scared.
I don't think they are human.
She lowered the body to the side, letting the vine grow into her hands and faced them. Show me. As she looked at both of them, they slowly changed, and she tried not to show her real fear. The faces changed from normal to mouths that opened too wide and held animal fangs. Eyes had turned black and dead, and one being stepped towards her. It spoke, but was dead and pale now. She guessed it was a vampire. It certainly looked like one. What now? Without a word, the being leaped at her. A monster in a well-made suit. It flew across the space between them and smashed into her hard. It was like a car had hit her. She was knocked down to the ground and coughed up blood, her head cracking hard on the ground as it held her shoulders back. She screamed as it sent its fangs into her neck. She felt it pierce in, and the pain as the teeth tore at her skin. The blood flowed from the wound and into its mouth. It seemed to love it. Her blood held so much power. Still, he was right against her stomach. His body was pressing against the tips to all the vines. She sent the vines straight up, and they ripped through his body. They forced through the pale white marble-like skin and into the black rot within, punching out through his back. 4 large vines came out his back, and he struggled, but she pulled 2 up and 2 down. The creature was ripped in 2, covering her with stinking black blood. She stood and wiped her face that was now drenched in the black inky stuff. Damn, that's nasty. The other pulled out a gun and pointed it at her. That's cheating, he laughed.
What? And using fangs isn't?
It pulled the trigger and Bree screamed, but the shot missed her head. She felt it whisper by, yet she had already made her move. She had sent her vines across the ground and had yanked his suited leg out from under him as he fired. She let the vine lift the creature high into the air and then wrapped its leg. She made herself focus and push through the pain in her neck. The vine wrapped around and around. Finding its neck, she heard it snap. She let the creature fall and looked at it in disgust. Its neck was cracked, but it opened its eyes. These things were hard to kill, it seemed. She staggered forward, bleeding but focused. She just held out her hand and let the vines fly. They ripped into its chest and into the hard marble of its body. Then the vine wrapped around and pulled the black heart out, which she brought back to her hand. It was wet and smelled rancid, the blood black oozing slowly. She crushed the heart in her hand. The creature's eyes fluttered shut, and she knew that it was dead. Her neck was still bleeding, but they were both dead. Her mother had simply watched the whole exchange and looked worse for wear. Her face was white, and she looked near to tears.
Are you okay?
Not really. What were they?
I guess vampires.
Her mother responded. That's what they look like, at least. If they are the ones covering everything up, I wonder if she knows who she is working for. Her mother turned to inspect her neck, which was bleeding profusely.
Will you become one?
I doubt it works like that. Her mother pulled away from her and went to one of the vampires. She found he had a knife tucked down into his boot. She took it out and came to her. With a wince and a bit of a cry, she ran it over the old skin of her palm. The red blood welled up in her palm, and she smeared it onto her neck.
Take the power.
She took it like she would in the circle, but guided it to herself. She willed her skin to grow. She was just a different kind of being. She was a plant as well, and it worked. Her skin healed and she laughed as it closed. The pain stopped as well, and she was practically glowing with the power. Thanks, Mum, gratefully, pulling her mother into a hug.
My pleasure. Now let's go before more come.
She picked up the body of the man and walked once again through the school, holding him up high like a prize. She did it so the vine took the weight instead of her. In front of the school was a black car, not their normal white van, just a rented BMW. Again, too nice for here. The police would be back, or the clean-up crew. They would be busy, and she wondered if Vicky knew who she was working for. She still liked her a bit. They had been friends once. Vicky, being the only one to talk to her, had stayed in the same room and had cared for her when she was sick. And yet, she had killed her only true friend, the Spriggan. Still, she doubted Vicky knew that she was working for monsters. What she didn't understand was why they were trying to stop her. She was about to load the body into the boot of the car and then had a great idea. She ran back into the school and found the keys off one of the vampires. She took them, and running back, she clicked the button and the boot of the BMW yawned open. She gasped as she looked in. It was filled with blood bags. As if stolen from a hospital, there was at least 10 of them. She looked at her mother in astonishment. How many do they drink a day?
A lot, if this is just their snacks for the road,
her mother said, looking at the blood bags. She shoved them aside and with her mother's help them loaded the body into the vast boot of the car. She shut it with a dull, expensive clunk. Her mother looked at her like a madwoman, but it was genius.
I'll meet you at home.
Her mother got into her little white hatch and drove off, leaving her to clean up. She had to move this car, or someone would report it as stolen. Still, she could make that work. She then got into the stolen car on the passenger side and looked around. She opened up the glove box. In it was a wallet, and that was all. She felt a rush as she opened it and saw the man she'd killed. His ID was there. An English license said Daniel Felton and had some London address. It also said he was 25. Not that he looked it. Still nothing more. Who are you people? She mused as she continued her search. Then she saw that there was a business card holder. His. She looked at it and laughed. Eternal Legal. It definitely sounded like a law firm run by vampires. So they were the ones covering it all up. She still had no idea why Vic was working for them. Maybe they were blackmailing her, or she just didn't know the truth. She tucked the card into her pocket. Her mother didn't know, and the only person who knew this dark world was Sarah the witch they had visited. Maybe she should call her. She got into the driver's seat of the stolen car and enjoyed it. She went down the street and paths. It was getting dark, but she still knew where to go. She drove out of town, up a long road, and then pulled into a large car park. There were a few cars here still. Even a nice car like this wouldn't be noticed here for a few days. She got out of the car, knowing he'd turn in a few days. He would emerge and kill anyone who tried to stop him or got in his way. She walked away from the car and past the sign. She looked back and read it St. Michael's High School. She hated this place. Every minute she'd spent here, she had been picked on and insulted. Now they would learn fear. They would be the first testing ground to see how many humans a Spriggan could kill before it could be stopped.
Vicky. She spent the day with Carl. She had gone back to the pub to get his laptop and some clothes in a bag. Then they sat at the hospital. He lay in the bed on a drip and morphine. She sat in a chair pulled right up next to him. Above all things, she was mad, damned mad. Mostly at Bree, stupid evil monsters and stupid evil people. She had thought she could do this easily, but it was so dangerous. Carl had almost died, and it was her fault. She had dragged him into it. Still, he seemed happy enough from either the drugs or the fact that he'd saved the day. At lunchtime, a nurse showed in 2 police. They were both men and looked like proper country bobbies. They were in their 40s and both moved with a slow and calm manner. One had brown hair and bit of a gut, hidden by his neat blue uniform. The other looked quite the same, but with streaks of grey in his thinning hair. They walked in and went straight to Carl.
Hello, I'm Sergeant McCready. Can I take your statement?
The police had been around. They knew what was happening, but out of respect for his injuries had waited to take his official statement. He wasn't going anywhere, so they weren't worried about losing track of him. They had the same thick Scottish accents everyone around those parts had.
Sure.
They had spoken of it all beforehand, and Carl didn't want her to get into trouble for having illegal weapons in her possession.
So, what happened?
He had a notepad and pen, not anything fancier. He scratched away as Carl spoke.
We were at the old school looking around, and when we came out, there were 3 guys. They tried to rob us, and when I stupidly said no, he stabbed me.
The cop looked at him.
Then what?
Well, he was shocked at his own actions, and they all ran away.
The other one turned to her.
He hit you?
Yeah, hit me and knocked me down. Then Carl stepped in and got stabbed. The old Scottish cop seemed mad that he'd done that too.
And would you be able to identify them, both of you?
The pair answered yes.
We have him, the one who stabbed you. He was found here with a cut on his hand and a bloody knife in his car.
He's an idiot,
the other cop said, almost to himself.
And he is always with these 2 blokes, Daniel Taylor and Richard Sims. So we'll bring them in and get you some photos of them.
Okay. The other man spoke up again.
Why were you there?
She took it upon herself to respond, I run a travel blog. I'd heard there was a World War II bunker around here and wanted to do an article on it. The cop just nodded in response, satisfied with her answer, and soon enough they left.
What about the body?
Someone must have moved it, us or her, hopefully us. I'll check in with Matthew tonight, but I'm worried she only had one there. If she is making more, which I assume she is, do we have to find every single one?
I guess we do. I can do some research and find out where the funeral home is, and maybe if you go, you can find Bree's address.
She knew if she found her and gave that information to Eternal, they would drop her in a barrel of acid without a second thought. She didn't want that, or so she had thought previously. But the bitch was getting on her nerves. She was making it hard for herself. She thought of Bree critically. What did she really owe her? If she never done anything else, back on the farm she had stabbed Jim. She had killed a cop. So at the very least she should be locked in jail. Besides, she was a threat to everyone living. She wanted to be the mother of monsters, the new Eve to a race of formidable creatures. Even though Carl was still recovering, they used the time to find out what they could. Vicky, as coming to realise that finding her wasn't the hard part, it was finding the bodies. They knew where she was, and now she saw that the reason Eternal hadn't disposed of her was they were hoping she'd lead them to the new Spriggans. But she just wouldn't. So what do you think we should do?
I mean, we found one. That man who was dead, he came from a funeral home, don't you think?
Probably. He was clean and in a suit, so most likely yes. You think she has a supplier?
Well, let's take a look.
The one good thing about the town of Dean Eden was that it was small. They found there were only 2 funeral homes. Neither had websites, of course, yet the online white pages had them listed. So their mystery man definitely came from one of them. Carl found there were online obituaries in the Dean Eden Chronicle. They looked through for the last week.
He was old, right?
Maybe 60. There was again not heaps of obituaries. Only a few people died every week, and most of them were really old. typically pushing 100 years old, but one in particular caught her eye. Jacob Matthias, age 64, beloved father and husband. He will be sorely missed. She read aloud, pointing it out to Carl as she did. She knew that was him. The notice went on to say where the reception would be, and it was at the reception hall of the funeral home. They'd found it. She was surely getting bodies there. Maybe she worked there, or one of her followers did.
What will you do? Tell them. Eternal, I mean.
Not yet. I'll go there and find out her connection to the place. It might be time to do a stakeout. If I can wait long enough, she might show up and I can follow her.
If you give Eternal her address, they'll kill her, right?
She didn't know how he felt about that. I guess so, but maybe we can just get her arrested. Anyway, if I can cut off her supply of bodies, that is more than half the battle. The funeral home was easy to find, and it was outside of town. It was big and had once been some manor house before it became a funeral home. She drove in laggy to the place and went into the car park. It was a large car park and was full of cars. That might be bad. The sun was setting and the funeral home should have been closed. She assumed if she was taking bodies from a funeral home that she'd do it at night when no one was around. She stepped out of the car and tucked a pistol into her pocket and along her knife. She wished she had a baseball bat. Instead, she also pulled out her taser. She wouldn't use the pistol, but it would have stopped the idiots from nearly killing her man. She'd gladly scare some fools if she had to. She walked from the car park to the large house. She walked around to the back door. It had a glass panel and she peered inside. It looked like what she thought a funeral home should look like. The kitchen was very clean and looked unused. They surely hosted funerals there in addition to the normal funeral care business. She tried the door handle and it opened easily. She turned the handle down carefully and walked inside. As she was standing in the doorway, a girl walked in. She was holding a tray of empty drinks and wore an apron. She was young. She just smiled at she and spoke in a thick accent.
Nip out for a smoko?
Yeah.
Just don't go back in until they have finished. Everyone is sitting down now.
She walked like normal through the door and up the carpeted hall. The girl was right. She looked and saw a closed set of double doors that led into a large room. She could hear voices from within, and someone was giving a eulogy. She could imagine all the person's family were in there, and she was glad she didn't have to pretend she knew someone who died. The girl had stayed in the kitchen and was noisily loading a dishwasher. She inspected her surroundings. It was an old manor house, like the ones in England, now converted. If they did the bodies and embalming here, it would be downstairs. Where is it? She murmured thoughtfully to herself. She walked off to a side room, which was like a dining room, and at the other end was a doorway. She went to it and opened it up. Looking down the long concrete stairway, she started to walk down quietly. It was darkish and silent, which was good. She went down step by step. She still had no weapons out and decided it was better to pretend she was a creep who wanted to see a corpse if she got caught snooping around. She reached the end of the stairs and saw one immediately. The room as well was exactly what she imagined. It opened out to a full room at the bottom. It was quiet and smelled of disinfectant. There weren't drawers, but two bodies lay on moving metal tables covered with white sheets. Near them were the tools of the trade, along with a big machine that looked like liposuction. It had a big nasty hose and a glass jar that was clean, but she assumed was used for draining someone's blood. Gross. She walked up to the sheet-covered thing. She was nervous, but curious as well. With a slightly shaking hand, she pulled back the cloth and looked at the dead man. She didn't know what to expect, but he was just some guy. He looked like a Scottish version of her dad, but he had a moustache. She pulled the cloth all the way back and there was no cut. He was just a normal dead body. He wasn't turning into a Spriggan, not yet, at least.
So, you found it?
A girl's voice said suddenly from behind her. She spun around and faced the newcomer. It was a black-haired girl with long straight hair and a too short fringe, a nose ring and a white apron that was a bit bloody. She clearly worked here or as a butcher.
I'm Diana, and you've saved me some effort.
Really, how is that?
Well, Bree is after you, and here you are,
she said simply, as if it was completely obvious. She inspected her quickly. She didn't seem to have any weapons, just a mad glint in her eye. But she was just a girl, maybe 18 if that. She had never been in a fight until a few days ago, but she still had a slight black eye from that, and certainly wasn't letting this skinny bitch beat her. And you're going to do what and with what?
with this.
Diana then pulled out a knife. It was big and looked like it got used for cutting up bodies. In short, it was terrifying. Still, she had seen the Untouchables, and this girl hadn't. She reached behind her and pulled out the gun. That changed everything. Diana stopped acting like an idiot, thinking she had Vicky pinned, and she played into it, acting dangerous. She walked forward and put the gun to Diana's head and snarled, "Kill me, would you? Maybe I should kill you." In reality, she was scared. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she needed to use the bathroom, but this girl had no idea she wasn't actually a badass.
I'm sorry. Bree, you were said you were evil, and she's so great and special.
You know where she is?
No, but I have her phone number.
Give me your phone, she instructed firmly. The girl handed her a fairly old iPhone that actually had a cover that said "Magic" happens on it. She shook her head. Some would argue you should die for that alone, she admonished. The girl was a goth and worked at the funeral home. She had this phone case. No wonder she was picked on. She could imagine the teen Bree and knew she'd be asking for it. She looked in the contacts and saw one that said Bree. It had a string of numbers, like the contact changed, and Diana hadn't known how to delete the old ones. She went through to the end and called the last one. It rang for an age and then out. No one picked up. She like you?
She'll call back.
It was true. In a few minutes, she got a call from an unknown number. It was well done. She'd have to tell Carl about this. A voice answered and said,
"Hello, Diana, you all right?"
"All right." It was weird to hear her voice again, but Bree must have known it was her in a second.
"Vicky. Well, hello, sister. Enjoying Scotland?"
It was almost nice. It was like she really cared. Great, except for someone trying to kill me and my fiancé and the Spriggan in my house.
"But you defeated it somehow."
"I've had some practice. Now come and meet me, or I hand your friend over to some people I work for." She laughed.
"They don't scare me, so no. I'll see you soon and you won't do anything to her. You're one of the good guys, remember?"
Then Bree hung up abruptly. She'd been on speakerphone and Diana looked shocked. She really couldn't imagine what lies Bree had told her. She pointed the gun at the girl again. She'd see how far she could push it. "Sorry, but you've seen my face and are more a risk than an asset now." The gun was an automatic, but she pressed the button to release the clip, checked it, shoved it back in, and pulled the top to load it. It was pointless, but it was just meant to scare her. It worked. The girl was lost, her eyes filling with tears as she fell to her knees to plead for her life.
I know where one of them is. I'll tell you.
Where one of what is?
She has them planted all over town, Spriggans, ready to turn and strike at a moment's notice.
She imagined them planted in roofs and cupboards, dead bodies like bombs waiting to go off. She was like a mad bomber terrorist. She slowly lowered the gun. "Okay, Diana, tell me everything else you know."
"Bree." She'd been avoiding just walking up to Vicky on the street and snapping her neck because she knew that the people from Eternal had sent her here mostly as bait. She was expendable to them, and they would be a lot more upset that she had killed 2 of their own than that they had to spend a few thousand making sure that Carl didn't die. This whole time she'd been a lot more worried about them than Vicky, but now she saw her mistake. The girl had blundered into the funeral home, and that meant she would have less Spriggans than she needed to do what she had too. She had 16 bodies planted around the town. They were infused with no real power but the seeds themselves. They should start to turn any day now, but when that started to happen, she wanted to come forward as their new leader. And to do that, she needed a good army of them around her to protect her. Diana would tell Vicky everything she knew, which was a considerable amount. She might not know where she lay her head, but she knew where they met, what her powers were, who she was close to, and now, her phone number for the week. She thought of the last time she'd spoken with Diana. After Daniel had failed, she had told her about the school. Diana was a few years younger than her, a freak as well, and she'd told her those kids would get some payback. That was all she had said, not that there was a body in the car park, but just mentioning the school would be enough. She could go and then find it. Her mother said the angel guarding her just knew things. She was staying at the house of Jacob. He was in jail, so it was the perfect place. It was like a lot of houses in her town. It was a small cottage, far out from the main town. It was short and cute and didn't suit him at all. Inside, it was even filled with nice old furniture from his grandmother, who had left it to him when she had died. She picked up her phone. She was going to kill Vicky tonight, but needed to know more about the situation. Would they be there? She called the number for Sarah that she'd gotten from her mother. She had it in her phone as Sarah the Witch, and it rang around 4 times and then was answered. The friendly voice of Sarah answered,
Sarah Grayson, how may I help you?
Hello, Sarah, it's Bree.
Hello, Bree. How are you doing? Did we manage to scare her off?
Sadly, no, and I need some information. The woman was doing something on the other end of the line. It sounded like she was riding on an exercise bike or having sex as she spoke.
Okay, hold a second while I put you on speaker.
She could laugh. This woman was a dark, blood magic witch, and she was keeping it tight on the bike, not wasting singly a moment.
Go ahead. How can I help?
Who are Eternal Legal? The woman actually sighed.
They are vampires. Very organised and annoying. They stop normal people knowing too much. They dispose of rogue things like your Spriggan attack in Australia, and they are very dangerous.
She had killed 2 of them, and they didn't seem very dangerous to her, but she had to be careful. This Sarah wasn't her friend. She was nasty and creepy. She just had to get what she needed out of her and play it close to the chest. What is a vampire? The woman laughed before responding.
Good question, actually. I mean, this is real, not the movies or Twilight, you know. They are demons, fallen angels of Lucifer's cast-down army. They possess dead or dying bodies and walk around in them.
She was horrified, but it made some sense. When she'd ripped them open, inside it was all rotten like a dead body should be. She hadn't wanted to believe in all this Christian shit, but it seemed real enough now. What's a Spriggan then?
I don't know, but I think it has to do with the seed.
What's that?
It's a demonic weapon, I think. They never talk about it, but it's one of those things they cooked up to try to fight the angels. It's dangerous, and makes Spriggans, which are mindless killers.
As she spoke, Sarah crushed Bree's entire world. She heard Sarah on the bike, pushing away, and then she took a sip of water. She could cry. The seed was a weapon, and the Spriggans were a weapon. Mindless, Sarah had said. But she knew they weren't mindless. They protected nature, but only because they were told to. She could control them and make them do anything she wanted. All she wanted, though, was a different world, one where nature was king and people knew their places. Thanks, Sarah.
My pleasure. Come and visit sometime. I'd love to hear how you kill this girl. Have a good weekend.
She went out the front of the house, locked the door, and walked to her car. She'd end this now. She would end Vicky, and if those idiots from Eternal showed up, she'd end them too. She already killed 2 of them, and could handle more. Now that she knew they were monsters, she was filled with anger at them. They destroyed other Spriggans and covered up the truth that could save everyone. She unlocked the door to the white hatchback. It was a car donated by one of her people. She had loyal followers because they had seen her powers. Neo-pagans, witches, and former cultists. There had been a commune here in the 80s, and a lot of people still lived out there and had joined forces quickly when they saw what she could do. They thought she was a true witch and a goddess of the earth. She started her car and pulled it out of the drive. She drove slowly to the school, listening to some music as she went. She still liked Avril and didn't think people should forget her. She drove through the town and went to the school. It was dark by the time she got there, and as she pulled in the car park, she looked to her left. There was a Land Rover that was massive and green. It looked like a beast, and she'd seen Vicky's blonde head posing with it on Facebook. She got out of the car and looked at herself. She was dressed for battle and not the weather. She had jeans on, but a midriff top that was black and meant for the gym. It showed off her lean stomach and, more importantly, the 5 heads of the vines that popped out from her skin. It was cold, but it was worth it to be free. She closed her eyes and let the vines grow. 2 wrapped around her torso and breasts, then down her arms and stopped under her hands. Another 2 also wrapped around her legs. The 5th just waited for her commands. She looked around and towards the school. It was dark, and she saw flashes of a torch in the windows. She was here and looking for the body already. Little did she know, she had gone right past it. She went to the car boot of the stolen BMW, letting a vine grow to fit the keyhole. It pushed against the boot and with a thud, broke through the thin black metal. She was shocked at the sight before her. The man was nearly fully changed now. It was a fully formed Spriggan, and as she looked it opened its eyes, the yellow gaze finding her. She felt the connection and read its thoughts. She told it there was a defiler in its grove, that its grove was the whole world, and this being defiled it by breathing the air meant for trees. He saw that logic and saw her breathing. Its clawed hand reached out for her. No, she thought forcefully. She was one of them. It stopped trying to get her. She took a step back, and she thought of she inside of the school. She guided the creature after her. Slowly it climbed up out of its metal prison and turned toward the school. It seemed to sniff the air, or something caught its attention, and it turned and started to run towards the school. She watched the beautiful thing lope off on long legs. She walked slowly after it. She'd watch it kill Vicky, and finally turn her. Sarah had upset her, but also freed her. If she made an army with the seed, she could control it. She could tell them who to kill and who not to. She could make the world in her image. It wasn't so bad.
Vicky. The girl, Diana, knew a lot. She knew Bree was very close to her mother. She knew she drove a white hatchback. She knew all of her group by name and had most of their phone numbers. Most importantly, she knew where they met every week. The Granton Stones. She also knew a Spriggan was waiting at the school, and it was the one she seen at the bunker. It was close, a day or 2 at most, and it would come clawing out and start killing high school kids for walking on the oval or for eating a ham sandwich. The one that had tried to kill her hadn't seemed to need a reason. She didn't think that really mattered now. She made them act. The Spriggans were her little tree puppets. She left the girl at the funeral home and decided to head straight to the school. She ran out to the car park, found Laggy, and pulled out in a rush. From her knees, she put her phone on speaker and dialed Matthew.
Hello?
She has them planted around the town, 16 in total. One is at the school, which I'm going to now.
Okay, we'll try find them. We have resources that can sniff out a body, so it might be possible.
Gross.
Want backup?
No, just try find the others. I can handle one. The car sped along the narrow roadway, and she was glad for it. Seeing her high beams blasting, other cars opted to pull over to the side as she zipped along the very narrow country roads. Soon she saw a sign for the school, and she turned right down a road that led to it. She whipped left into the car park, pulling up next to a black BMW, and almost scratched it. She was feeling rushed. Again, her heart was beating. She knew the Spriggan was coming. She had to find it before school at 9 tomorrow. Bree was a bitch. She hated high school as well. Everyone cool now did. She had been picked on and teased by the popular kids, like everyone else in the entire world. Still, she didn't want to kill them. Or rather, she wanted to, but didn't actually do it. That's what made her different from Bree. Revenge fantasies were best left as fantasies. She loaded her gun into her pocket and took her machete. She still had never shot anyone, but the gun had saved her from Diana and might again. She'd at least shot a Spriggan before, though. She stopped and went to the back of the car, where she also pulled out her shotgun. She slid it over her back and stuffed her pocket with 4 extra shells, as it only held 2. She then went quickly from the car park, pulling out a torch and shining it down onto the path. She walked up the brick path and soon found she was near some double doors. They were locked, of course, but she didn't think they'd bother to alarm this place, even though kids loved breaking into schools. She said a prayer and kicked out at the door. Her strength met someone else's, and the door smashed open. It flung loud and hard. Too loud by far. If the Spriggan was awake, it would be coming for her, and so would any guards. She walked inside the school and saw she was in some foyer. Sewn the hall to her left was a big room that had places to sit, not chairs but raised platforms covered with carpet. To the left was a library with a glass wall. She walked along the red and stained carpeted floor. It was gross. She hated schools even at night. It smelled wrong, not like learning, but like sweaty teenagers and energy drinks. Even now at night, she looked down at the carpet, and it was dotted with black spots of leftover gum, smashed into the floor. "Where are you?" she murmured thoughtfully. She let her mind go blank. It could be anywhere. Yet where could Bree, an adult, leave a body and have no fear it would be found? On the roof or in it could be good. She then heard a bang. She spun around, machete in one hand and the pistol in the other. The Spriggan was there, in the doorway. It came through, shoved the doors to the side and ran at her much too fast for her to get the shotgun. It had its claw-like hands reaching out towards her. It was across the hallway in a second, and it leaped at her, claws first. She jumped to the side and fired 3 shots at it. 3 perfect shots. They all hit its head as it passed. She expected some blood and gore, but a pistol wasn't a shotgun, so it did next to nothing. The bullet sunk in, the Spriggan bled a little, but it hit the ground and came right back up. She fired 2 more shots into its back and turned, running as fast as she could up the hallway. It got to its feet slowly and let out some kind of wicked hiss. Then it was after her. She raced up the hallway and saw there was a stairwell to the left and more hall to the right. She chose to speed up the stairwell. It was concrete and tile, and at the top was a massive door made of thick metal. She pulled down the handle and opened it. She shoved it shut and saw it didn't even have a lock. She had her back to the door and the handle was down. The Spriggan was up the stairs in seconds and on the other side and shoving at it. Yet the door was thick as, and it would have a hell of a time getting in. It shoved against the door once more, and she pushed her back to it, her angel helping to hold it. Then she looked down. A vine was coming in from under the door. It smashed it through the wood, which was at least 3 inches thick. She put the pistol in her pocket and set the machete down. She drew her shotgun and leaped forward in a roll. She hit the ground hard, which was not very nice, but she came up and turned as she did. Without her holding the Spriggan back, the door flung open in front of her face with so much force that it smashed as it hit the wall. The Spriggan had been pushing it with both hands and came forward with a stagger as the support behind the door vanished. She fired as calm and as fast as she could. 1 shot, then another, and they hit its knees, ripping its thin legs off. She dropped the shotgun and dove to grab her machete. The Spriggan lay toppled on the ground and lifted itself on an arm, but she swung the blade as hard as she could, hoping she wasn't alone. The machete hit the creature's neck in a perfect strike. The power was from the angel, and it ripped through its neck and took the Spriggan's head off. The head bounced off down the stairwell, and she looked at the Spriggan body twitching. She walked back to her shotgun, loaded it and shoved it in her back holster for the machete. Then she walked down the stairs, stepping over the thing, breathing hard. Why hadn't she asked for help? This was absolute madness. As she walked back through the halls, she saw the light of a torch. Someone was waiting for her. She redirected her own torch, and the light fell on the person. illuminating them. It was Bree, but from the tall girl's stomach grew a nest of vines that wrapped out around her body, arms and legs. She was still a good few feet away. The vines grew out like snakes and wrapped her body up and rested just below her hands like cobra heads. She still had her long brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. She smiled at Vicky, looking like Medusa or something. She stood staring at her machete in her hand, dripping red blood as she stood still.
Hello, old friend. It's good to see you.
It was her, but she looked just like a monster now. The vines extending from her seemed to move, and her eyes held that mad look she'd had when she stabbed Jim. She didn't feel much love for her. She just looked dangerous now. Is it? She asked skeptically.
Not really. I'd rather see your corpse.
You got uglier, nodding at Bree's vines.
That's rude. I think they look very cool.
I meant your heart. But yeah, the vines are cool. Will they grow back when I rip them off? As if to test it, Bree reached out and the vine under her left hand shot out. It grew in seconds and went straight at her. She stepped to the side and slashed at it. It was so weird. She was slow and weak, and the vine wasn't cut all the way through. It got not much more than a nick, and as it found her neck, she was lifted up. Her blade dropped to the floor with a metallic clatter. She laughed at her.
Mother says your angel won't help you hurt another person. I guess that includes my vines.
She was losing her breath. She was dangling above the ground and slowly choking. She held her there and was convinced she had her.
Don't worry.
Comfortingly.
I'll change you and you'll be my sister again. You'll do anything I say, and you'll finally understand that this is the right side.
She felt her life slipping away from her, but she knew she wasn't going to die like this. She reached into her back pocket and pulled her pistol. It still had 5 shots. Bree's eyes went wide as she saw it. She'd surely heard it. She put it to the vine and shot, but the vine only tightened. She was trying to choke her quicker. Suddenly the vine jerked up and she smashed her into the roof. She felt her head hit, but she pointed the gun at Bree and prayed that she didn't kill her, firing twice.
Bree! She ran after the Spriggan, back to her old high school as it rushed forward to kill the person who was inside of the building. She assumed it was Vicky, but it could be Mr. Hagen. He was a janitor, and he was always somewhere. She thought he might live in here or out the back. She ran forward and was soon at the door. It was kicked open, and she looked up in time to hear gunshots and saw a flash of Vicky. She was far back and in the dark, she didn't see her. She looked the same as always, pretty, blonde hair, and a black leather jacket that looked big and bulky. It was a different jacket than she remembered. She fired 2 more shots at the Spriggan and ran. She didn't know what it would do. The gun was just a pistol, and even though all the shots would hit, she knew they weren't strong. As she thought this, the Spriggan began to stand. In seconds, its wounds healed and it ran after her into the darkness. She would be dead soon. There was no doubt of that. She looked behind her and around. She was alone. She had come alone. That was crazy. She went back to the door and tried to close it, but someone had kicked it open and the lock in the middle was broken. She closed it as best she could and looked out a nearby window. She still didn't see any backup. She turned and heard 2 giant blasts from a shotgun. Then it all went silent. She had heard slamming doors and hissing, but now the emptiness rang out. It was dark except for the light from her torch. She started forward cautiously. She planned to find Vicky's body, but then she saw her walking up the hallway to make her exit. She had a smile on her face and was panting, a bloody machete in her hand. She's killed the Spriggan after all. She and her former friend exchanged a few words. She had called her ugly, which was damn rude and uncalled for, so she let the vines wrap around her. She tried to cut them, but they found her anyway. She knew her stupid guardian angel was too weak to help her now. Even if she killed she and then said a prayer to Satan, the guardian angel couldn't do shit to stop her. She pulled her gun and the maniac fired at the vine that held her up by the neck. She choked her harder, trying to end the fight by lifting her. She let the vine slam her hard into the roof. She heard the sound as Vicky's head smashed into the ceiling, but it wasn't even solid, like the foam in an office building. Then, she fired that gun at her. She couldn't believe it. What a nut. The 2 bullets flew and one whistled past her face. She felt the air as it went by her head, but the second one hit her shoulder. She screamed in pain, and the second she stopped thinking of the vines, they dropped to the floor. She fell to her knees in pain, clutching the wound as red blood pumped out of her shoulder. She fell to her knees and looked up. She had picked herself up fast and now stood with the gun pointed at Vicky's head. She pressed the gun to her temple and said calmly and quietly,
"I have 2 shots left and will kill you."
She was actually scared Vicky would do it. Maybe she was a vampire or villain. Who'd have thought it? No, she held her bleeding shoulder and she let her vines come back. They dragged along the ground and slithered back into her. She was in pain and scared, but she was angry too. "You're a psycho!" she seethed. "You could have killed me!"
How is a gun different than a vine, or a spriggan for that matter? She spat back. "You've tried to kill me like 4 times.
"You're meant to be good. You have an angel on your side, for God's sake."
Don't blaspheme,
she laughed. "It's not fair. But you won't kill me. I think you're scared shitless and are pretending to be tough. If I'm wrong, shoot me in the back." She stood and turned around. She was facing the door and walked back to it. She opened it expecting a bullet in the back, though she doubted it the further she went. Vicky wouldn't do it. She knew it. Vicky was still the scared girl she had been 2 years ago. Then she heard the gunfire. A familiar pain exploded in her leg and she collapsed to the ground. She cried and looked at her leg in shock. She ran to her and shoved the gun in her face once more.
"I'm calling the cops. Behave or I'll call Eternal instead."
She was ready to crush her, to send her vines back to Vicky's neck, but the nut might very well kill her if she did. She could get out of a jail, she knew that, but she couldn't come back from the dead. Or at least, she didn't want to test it any time soon. "Fine, take me in, but call the police, not your vampires." She looked shocked, staring down at her.
"What do you mean, vampires?"
She laughed. "Didn't you know? You work for them. They are the most evil killers, and you're helping them." She didn't know if Vicky believed her, or if she already knew, but she didn't stop. She pulled out her phone and called the police. It rang and Bree put it on speaker. She motioned to her and she spoke. "Come to the school. I've been shot by a crazy..." She hung up the phone. She looked at her. "They'll arrest you too, or instead. I've done nothing wrong. Besides, you shot me." She laughed indignantly.
"But you did, and you are. You think you're not wanted. You are, sweetheart. Witness reports and extradition papers arrived last night."
"Extradition?"
"Our favourite prison colony. Jim, you killed him, and given who I work for, they have proof. In fact, I think they are pinning the whole thing on you. Everyone who died on that farm, even Gareth. I think they said Roger was your lover too,"
she explained, laughing at the end. "Shit."
She
mocked in a shit Scottish accent.
"And as for me shooting you..."
Vicky was already bleeding, from her head where Bree had slammed her into the beams above. Bree wiped the red blood onto her shoulder and then her leg. As they watched, the wound started to close up.
"That's so cool."
"Thanks." She looked at the vines coming out of her.
"So what happened to you?"
"The tree dropped a seed and I swallowed it."
"Damn, and it ripped out of you. Do you still eat, like normal food?"
She was clearly very interested. "Nope, I think I'm part plant. Just sun and water and blood."
As she spoke, she loaded the pistol with another clip of bullets. She was still scared, but had to push through. "Now, do you want to tell me where they are? Diana said you have 16.
She saw fear in her and she laughed. "I don't even remember at this point. One is at the hospital, maybe. A few are buried at the houses of people I hate. But I bet you won't do shit about that." Shaking her head at her.
"You didn't think I'd shoot you either."
She gave her nothing but a cold look. Soon enough, flashing lights appeared, and the car drove up right up to the door, onto the path. Behind it was an ambulance. That was good. The siren stopped with a shriek, and out stepped 2 cops that she knew, as well as a man in a suit that she didn't know. As they approached, drew guns. She looked back, and Vicky was gone. She had run off while she distracted. She saw the man in the suit now had other guns pointed at her as he walked over. He was well-dressed, handsome, and had brown eyes that dug into her. He lowered his gun and looked at her bloody but healed leg and shoulder.
Please try to escape so we can finish this.
Carl. While he was stabbed and groggy, he was hardly going to be useless. When Vicky had told him about the 16 Spriggans waiting to attack, he knew he had to get serious. He had maps of the town and a lot of information about Bree. She was much like a teenaged boy planning a mass murder. She was a high school shooter with superpowers. She'd been picked on and was getting revenge. She was a skinny nerd with a hippie lesbian mother and had life tough, apparently. So, she was after places like the high school. He tried to think of how he'd get revenge on the jocks if he was the Spriggan master. They had given him back his phone, and he sat up in bed as it started to ring. He coughed in pain but put it to his ear. It was Vicky. "Hey baby, you okay?" he asked.
The police have her and I got one. There might be some at the hospital and houses of her enemies.
Okay, there was a girl called Laura, and she hated her. I mean, I found her emails to Diana, and they mention her and say how she got fat now she was pregnant.
So maybe her. Does the hospital have a baby ward, like a nursery?
Oh shit, yeah it does, and she hates those things. In one email, she said the only thing they had to be proud of was spreading their legs to loser guys they went to high school with. She laughed, then stopped. Damn. She was mad, like an insane mad. He knew it would be the nursery or pediatric ward. He was in her emails and just read her back and forth, mostly to Diana. She just vented at the poor girl. Diana asked her about nature and if she could get the powers, but she only talked of revenge. The whole plan had taken ages because to create a seed took so much power. She had only been able to make one every month or so.
Anyone else?
I think she used to do ballet, so maybe the dance hall? She hated them too.
Okay, I'll tell Matthew.
Do we trust him now?
Only to try cover this up.
His knife wound was still painful, but the drugs were good. Carl kept on working away, finding places and sending emails to the Eternal teams. They didn't call him, but he got an email back in about an hour. It read, "We got 2. Just dug up a body at the backyard of Laura and 1 in the roof at the ballet school. Please check the hospital. We have a low staffing level." He laughed. Fucking robots. Low staffing levels. He got out of the bed and thought about what he could do. He walked out of the room and a nurse saw him. He was a smoker and she just waved at him, assuming he was just stepping out for a smoke. He had his robe on, but also pants so no one saw his arse. The stab was high, right under his ribs. His stomach had a bandage that was white most of the time but would bleed a bit if he worked it too much. The hospital was big for the area, but small for the world. It was only 5 stories, and he went to the lift without running into many people. It was late at night, and he'd been awake for hours working. It was round 1 o'clock in the morning. He went to the elevator and headed to the nursery. They didn't have a children's ward, no special treatments, but this would be okay. He at least wanted to check it out now. He hated kids and babies the most. They were just smelly, screaming bags of need, but this was a bit rough. He went down in the elevator and looked out cautiously. There was a big sign leading to it, and he walked out, stepping across the plastic floor towards the nurse's station. He was greeted by an older lady with crazy hair and a white uniform. She smiled at him kindly. There was a desk between them, and behind here there was a big glass window with a few babies and cribs inside so she could watch over the kids and reception at the same time.
Why are you out and about?
He looked at her name tag. It was white plastic, laminated and embossed with the name Fern. "Fern Fielding," he said, without thinking. She looked at him oddly but nodded in response.
That's my name.
"You're Bree's mother." That was her maiden name. Why didn't they check this? Damn sloppy. The woman looked shocked and immediately went to a phone. She started to dial a number, which he assumed was security, but he pulled out his mobile and putting it on speaker let it dial. A girl answered quickly.
Welcome to Eternal.
He did know what he expected to happen. Maybe Fern would know who Eternal was, but what he saw scared him. She was terrified of them. He saw her body go rigid with a deep terror. It was like she and that demon. She had to know something. He had her, and he hung up his phone. He stared at Fern firmly. "Listen, they have her. They will pin everything on her, all of Australia, unless you tell us where they all are. How can you want her to kill all these people? She looked at him and it was cold. No friendliness anymore. That had just been a front. Still, she was afraid, not of him, but of them.
You don't scare me.
But you know who I work for. Why don't I tell them to come and help me? Forget your daughter and worry about yourself for a minute. If they know you hold the key, there is nothing they won't do to you to get it. She looked angry but was more frightened.
I will tell you, but you don't mention me. Make something up.
Vicky. She watched the police load Bree into the back of the car and lock her in. She knew she could have fought the cops and even the man, or creature, from Eternal that went with them. But she was much safer in the legal system. Her new employers would kill her if they had a chance. Once the car was gone, she walked back into the school. She opened the door and turned left. She walked down into the large room. It was the big break room. All the kids would sit around in here. There would be around 200, all the kids from all around the region. This was the center of it. She rolled a smoke and lit it. Doing that inside a school building felt fun, but her hands were shaking, and she started to cry. She wiped the tears away and took a drag. Damn idiot! She was so mad at herself and this whole thing. Yes, Bree was bad, a killer, but she was a girl. A normal girl who got teased and bullied and went a bit crazy. She'd been a bit over the edge before when she had stabbed Jim, but who knew what that seed had done to her? Maybe it was making her worse. She flashed back to her firing the gun at her. What was she thinking? Yes, she prayed it would miss and genuinely thought it would, but that didn't change the fact that she had done it. She'd fired a gun at Bree, and what if it had killed her? She'd be losing her guardian angel, but more than that, she'd have killed someone. She shot her in the shoulder, and it could have easily been her neck or face. Then the leg. She knew she would heal up, but still she felt like a monster. She shouldn't have taken this job, and now she might be working for monsters. She pulled out her phone and called Carl. It rang twice and then answered. He sounded happy, which was strange given their situation. What's good?
We did it. I found her mother and she spilled the beans, or the locations rather. She had a list of places to avoid and rough times. So, the Eternal team is going to collect them all. We did it.
She was happy. So happy. But he had no idea. Carl was now working for them like she was. Still, maybe that was okay. She didn't know if they were monsters. Bree had told her, but she was crazy and trying to kill everyone. I need to see you.
Come and get me. I'm sick of this place anyway.
It had been only 2 days and they'd be checking out against the doctor's advice. She wanted to see him, but it wasn't her cut neck. It was a real stab wound that had cut deep. He should really stay in, and she'd still be here for a day or two. How about a visit?
Okay, but remember it's midnight. You'll have to sneak in.
She drove to the hospital and parked her car in a spot near the back door. She was about to open the handles of the door, and she felt such an impulse. It was like the angel screamed no at her. She stopped and looked out. She expected the thing to be there. She sat in the car for another minute and nothing. She opened the handle and stepped from the car. Paranoid to herself, but she got it. She'd rather be safe than sorry. She walked to the door of the hospital and found it was locked. It was late. Very late. As she walked to the glass, she heard it again. A shout in her mind and a line of fear ran up her spine. She turned and she screamed out loud. It was there, so close to her, just a meter away. The big, tall, grim reaper-looking bastard. It had giant wings, but it didn't flap them. It just floated and looked at her with those deep yellow eyes. It had arms that came out of the formlessness of its body, which she saw was a robe. That was scary. It was smart enough to wear clothes. Its face was hooded, and she couldn't see it, but the eyes and it had no legs, just floated above the ground. It just floated in front of her, and she had stopped her screaming, meeting its eyes. She could hear it was breathing, and then when its arm came up, she saw that it was nothing like a human arm. It was like shadow ending in claws, but there was no blood this time. Then it rushed at her. She almost vomited in fear as it came, and then she felt it smashing against something. It seemed shocked. It rushed at her again, clearly trying to get inside of her. She felt it, but it couldn't break through. It crashed against her one more time, and then it turned. She watched with relief as it flew off into the night, fading as it went. Whatever it was, it made Spriggans and Bree seem like cute little puppies. She waited for a few minutes, rolled a smoke with shaking hands, and let herself get right, then went to the door and looked inside. She didn't know what would work. The angel could get her in, but this had nothing to do with evil, monsters, or other people. "Will you help?" She looked at the door. It was a single-side door but was made of glass. The lock was big and metal. To break it would break the glass. She looked at it and saw it was unlockable from the inside. She just texted Carl to come and get her. In a few minutes, he was there. Bearded face at the glass, he unlocked it and she walked in. She held him tight, feeling the warmth of his body. He winced a little as she held him. She pulled back gently. "I think we're working for demons." He just absorbed her words and let them sink in.
Let's talk about it in my room.
They walked up the darkened corridor and found his room. Carl went back to his bed and sat down. She lay in it as well. They held each other but kept talking. It was nice.
Vampires, right?
"How do you know?"
I didn't, but the company Eternal owns CleanCo, a company that gets bad blood from hospitals. I always thought that was so vampire-y, and I mean, the name is so obvious.
"Yes, vampires, I think. So I have no idea what to do. I mean, they have saved everyone in this place, but I get the feeling it's not for the right reasons." He laughed.
No, look, let's not pretend you had a choice. They had me. If you didn't say yes, they probably would have killed me. We need to find out what their agenda is. Maybe it's good. Maybe they aren't vampires. How do we know this?
Bree told me, but I think that it's clearly true.
Yeah, you're right. It's so true, and they are evil.
Of course, they are undead demon lawyers. So what do?
We just play along. You be a good little hunter, and we find out everything we can about them. Their weaknesses, plans, where they sleep, if they sleep at all. And then we kill them all.
They were still holding each other and talking, but she knew he was right. They didn't have a choice at all. "Okay, that sounds good," half-heartedly, stifling a yawn. She was so tired that she started to drift off into his arms and let herself fall asleep. She got yelled at by the nurses the next day, but really didn't care about that kind of thing anymore. They'd be leaving soon, and they had saved this town. That was something. She knew she was going to have nightmares about that bloody flying floating thing. She had to figure out what it was and why it had so clearly tried, and failed, to possess her.
Bree. She had let them arrest her. She had only gone because Vicky was crazy, and she thought she might actually shoot to kill. She would be able to just walk out of the prison. They really didn't understand that she was just letting herself be taken. She could have smashed the door to the police cruiser and gotten out then, but they would have chased her. She was now in the prison cell, and a whole night had passed. She'd really screwed this up. The other man was an Australian cop, and he always told her what they were up to. He had her brought into an interview room. The other men were there, but he ignored them and spoke to her like they didn't exist.
"So we have them all. We found all your little friends, so you can't hurt anyone now."
She laughed. He was clearly lying. "You'll never find them all."
"We have, actually. Our pet hacker got into your mother's computer. Sorry about that, by the way."
She was shocked and infuriated. Again, she didn't believe it. Her mother knew, but she would never have written it down. Still she knew, and maybe she told them. Her mother wasn't the same anymore. She'd held it together until they had made it home, but now the vampires were always on her mind. She was terrified of them, and she knew they could have used that. She had called her friend Sarah on the phone immediately and had begged her to do something. She didn't trust Bree or the plan anymore. She was so sad and upset with her. These witches were scared shitless of upsetting the eternal goons, it seemed. "I can make more friends."
"It'll take months and lots of effort for a loser like you.
her anger grew. He was right, it did take months. She made the first seed and her first spriggan back in Australia. He had turned in a few days, she assumed, and she thought it would be easy from there, but she'd killed him and had taken all his blood and power. It was a lot. Now she couldn't kill people for their life force. Not easily enough to get away with it. She had formed her coven and gained the blood from them, but it was slow. It took long months to build up enough strength to make a seed, and that was also with cold, dead blood from the funeral home. Now all her children were gone, and not only that, finding 16 bodies had been hard too. She was damn livid. Now the world would be ruined, and that's what made her so angry. Yes, she wanted a little revenge. Who wouldn't after what they did to her? But really, she wanted to save them all, even the arseholes that hurt her. She wanted them to die so their children could live. They could be turned into better beings than their parents were. She imagined being born into a world with Spriggans as the enforcers of law. Humans would know their place, and the human race would survive. If no one had cars, no one ate meat, no one lived like disgusting pigs and just lived like they weren't killing the planet. The human race was running, or rather driving off a cliff, and only something drastic could stop it. The man left the room and she was taken back to her cell by one of the older men, the real police. He was named Brian Reynolds, and she'd known him for years. She'd been to school with his bitch daughter, Laura. She was running so low on power that she knew what she had to do now. It wasn't time for plans and doing things the right way. Everyone was making that too hard. Now was time for her to just strike out. The man guided her back to her cell and locked her in. She stood forward and without a word she grabbed his head and smashed his face into the bars. He hit hard and blood sprayed out of his nose. Some went on her and she let her vine grow. The one that went out alone from her stomach shot out and straight into his body. He screamed as it went into his stomach, a thick wooden snake of pain and death. He writhed on the floor as the vine tore into his flesh, and she sent the remaining vine straight into him. She made it quick and he was dead in moments, with a wooden stake through his heart. She went to the door of her cell. He'd shut it, but she held him up with her vines and pressed his dead body against it. She let the blood pour all over her like a warm shower of delight and strength. It dripped out from him just like the first time she'd done this, and she felt it as he died. The wave of power rushed over her and infused her body with strength. She threw his body aside. It landed hard and hit into a small metal trash can, which he tipped over, spilling trash out over his dead body. She knew there were 4 people in the station, but that eternal one would also be there, and he might have help. She wanted to avoid that. She walked back into her cell, and turning, she put her hands up. There was a classic window with 3 bars across it. She reached out her vines and watched as they wrapped around them, one after the others. With a great force of effort, she ripped the bars free. They ripped right through the brick that housed the bars, showering the floor with debris and dust. She coughed and looked up. All 3 were out. She placed the bars down on the floor. She had an idea, and holding onto the wall, she wrapped a vine around her legs and then let them grow down. She laughed as it lifted her higher and higher. She had no balance but held the wall. It lifted her to the hole, and she eased her skinny body through the brick. She wanted an ally now, and then she'd do what she should have done from the beginning.
Vicky. She woke up as the sun shone in on her face through the window. She looked up and saw the glaring face of a nurse. She was in Carl's room, in his arms and bed, and he held her around the chest, hand on her side. Generally, she wasn't a fan of so much closeness. It was hard to sleep with arms on her. But this was different. She felt like the darkness was growing in her, and she needed this.
How did you get in here?
She was about 40, brown hair, and seemed angry. She had his food on a tray, which she left on a nearby table. She just smiled at her. It was clearly well before visiting hours. The door was open. The nurse just walked off with a huffing noise and left them. Carl was now awake, and he sat up to drink some coffee from a plastic cup. He was smiling at her. He liked the cuddling and the chance to grope her a bit.
Want some toast?
She took a piece of the toast off his plastic plate and a bit into it. It was so very dry. As she chewed, he began to speak.
So, the job is over, right? We're heading home?
I guess so. I mean, Bree is found. The threat is gone. But you still need 2 more days in here.
My stomach is better, and I'll be glad to go.
He did seem a lot better, yet the doctors had still said he needed time. As if on cue, Carl's doctor came in. He was an older man named Francis. He smiled at Carl and looked at his chart.
So I hear we had a guest last night.
He said, glancing at Vicky.
I guess you want to check out?
As soon as, and it's safe to.
There is no infection, only pain and stiffness now, so you'll be okay. I'll say you can leave today, and I'll prescribe some pain pills for you.
She pulled her phone out from her pocket and let it dial Matthew. He sounded busy and rushed. Vicky, get to the station now, he said, and he hung up. She left Carl at the hospital to check himself out, and she drove laggy through the town and to the police station. She had a bad feeling growing in the pit of her stomach. She was expecting she to be dead, but she didn't think they would call her in for that. It was for something they would want, something specific they wanted from her. She pulled into the car park and got out of laggy. As she looked up, she laughed and then cursed. There were only 3 cells in this station, and only one had all 3 of the bars ripped out. The stone was torn and shattered, and she was no doubt gone. She walked in through the door of the station briskly. She was greeted by Matthew, who looked as creepy as ever, and a man who introduced himself as Sergeant Bill Jones, who was Australian. So they were taking this seriously. They were going to get Bree for the crimes of Australia. She followed the men into the station and Bill spoke to her.
So we had her and, I assumed she had no power to do this, but she killed that officer, Brian Reynolds. She drained his blood, and after using him, like a battery or power pack, she just ripped the bars out and climbed on out.
She looked down to the floor and she could see the blood. The body was gone, but there were signs of a struggle. She knew Bree was capable of breaking out, but now she had killed a cop. That was it. They would cover up how she did it, but now the whole system would be after her. Her plan was in tatters, and now she would just strike out. Why am I here? Matthew walked to her.
Now she's done this, all bets are off. We assume she's just going to go on some kind of rampage and kill as many people as she can. Everyone will be after her, so she really has nothing to lose anymore,
he said, explaining what she had assumed. She's plan was gone. They had rounded up her Spriggans, but that part Vicky never got. Could she make more? What stopped her from doing this all a year ago? Can she make more? That will have to be her plan still.
She can only make more of them if she has lots and lots of power. To build it up slowly again will take months and years. The only way she would have enough is if she killed people. Then she could gain the power and also have the bodies she needed to turn.
She looked at the blood on the floor. She had killed this man, and she knew she wouldn't stop. Not now that she had remembered how easy it was. She had to assume Bree had one seed now from killing this officer. If she were she and she could turn one person, who would it be? She thought of Laura and people she hated. No, it was a gift, she thought. It was good. She'd make her a sister. She knew it would either be her or Diana. You want me to find her?
Of course. And prepare yourself for what we might have to do to her.
She turned to walk away, then went back to Matthew. I need to talk to you. He looked at her face and seemed to see how serious she was. They walked out of the room, leaving Bill behind. When they were alone and near his car, he stopped and looked, waiting for her to speak. Twice now some floating, yellow-eyed thing has tried to scare me. Last night I think it tried to possess me. He looked angry and seemed to pick his next words carefully.
Don't worry, we can handle it. You won't see it again.
She knew he spoke the truth, but it sounded a lot like a parent saying his kid wouldn't cause trouble for her anymore. He had a look like he knew exactly what it was, and that worried her. What was it? He sighed and looked around.
Things we need to discuss later. It was a demon, probably Calcifer. He works with witches, and him trying to possess you was a test.
What kind of a test?
Believers of Christ can't be possessed because they have the Holy Spirit in them. If he could have gotten inside you, he could do some damage for a while, make you mad or depressed. They can't do much without consent. But he would have sidelined you.
He said it like he was explaining how to boil water. She was shocked. She never thought about this or spoke of it. She looked at him and shuddered. He was a demon, and she was talking to him. That was bad. Everyone said so. Are you a demon?
You already know the answer. Now go stop Bree.
Bree. She had escaped from her cell quite easily. On the other side, she just jumped down to the ground. The back of the prison led into a car park, and she hit the road hard. It hurt her ankle for a second. She looked at her hands and saw they were bloody and raw from being scraped as she landed on the road. Then it faded away. She was bursting with power. She watched as her skin healed before her eyes and smirked. She was a goddess again. She walked with vigor and energy. She had no phone, no car keys, no wallet. All that was inside of the police station, but it wasn't time for those things anymore. It was time to stand up and reveal her true power. Now, she knew that running inside of her, she had enough life force to create a seed and to help it grow. She just needed to know where to take it. She turned away from the cell and ran to a nearby path, heading up it quickly. She walked along and thought of where she was. She was about 3 miles from the funeral home. Diana's family owned it, and she'd be there, Diana was a few years younger than her, but the closest she had to a friend, and she was committed to her cause. She walked up the path away from the station and turned left to get off the streets with shops. She could make it to the funeral home by crossing paddocks and people's large fields and yards. She started to jog and was glad she was dressed comfortably. She always wore sneakers but had on just jeans and her midriff top and a jacket. As she ran, she was filled with power and energy. Her legs felt good, and her feet hit hard into the soft grass, and she ran on. As she came up to a small wired fence meant for sheep, not people, she just jumped over it. It was only 1 meter high, but she used to be so clumsy. On and on she jogged, not feeling tired, and finally she made it to the funeral home. By the time she got there, the sun was rising, and it was the new morning. She walked from the neighbour's large field to the car park. She would have walked in but stopped short. The car park held a black BMW, and she looked at the plates. It was from London. Certainly they were waiting for her here. That was bad. She hoped Diana would be safe. She walked around the side of the house. They had the funerals in their old home, which was a big manor house, a nice country estate. She looked in a window and saw it was just a quiet day. No one was home. In fact, the place shouldn't have been opened yet. Still, as she looked inside, she saw a man, just sitting on a seat, inside, waiting. Waiting for her, she supposed. They must have some connection with the police if they were just allowed to come in and sit around. She knew Diana would be home. She lived here, and she would likely be in her room, or working on a body in the basement. She walked around the house and tried to find a way in. Diana's room was on the 3rd floor. She looked up and knew she could easily just climb up it and find her. Yet she wanted to kill this thing waiting in the house. The vampires had no lifeblood, no goodness she could take. Still, she wanted to break them. They had broken all her plans, and now she'd kill a few of the dirty things. She soon found a window at the back of the large house that was for a laundry room. It had frosted glass in a small pane. She reached up with her vines growing out, and they dug in around the frame. 4 points went into the wood, cracked into it easily. They pulled it out smoothly. She set the pane of glass down to the side next to her. Then she reached her vines up to the new hole and pulled herself up, shortening them, and as she went. She was glad she was skinny as she eased into the house. She dropped down quietly, but waited cautiously. She slipped out of the room and crept towards where she knew he was sitting and watching the stairs. They knew or thought she'd come here. She stalked up and peeked around the corner. The man was standing now, and he was brandishing a gun. He looked at her, and she just walked forward.
Man, you're loud.
She laughed. It was dumb to try sneak up on a vampire. As he looked at her, he changed. His teeth became sharp and pointed, his eyes went pitch black. Despite his transformation, he still held the gun. She pointed her hand back at him, like a gun, and made a trigger motion. As she did, she let all 5 vines come flying out of her and towards him. They hit into his chest and ripped through. All 5 of them pierced into him and ripped through his back. He toppled to the ground in a flash. She let them punch right through his back, and as one came back, it wrapped around his heart. She let that come back into her hand for good measure. She hated these things. It was that they held not a drop of life. It lay now on the ground, black blood oozing out. It stank like a rotten corpse, and its black eyes stared off into nothing. She didn't know what they were, but natural life had nothing to do with them. She walked over the dead, or re-dead body, of the man, and started to go up the stairs. "Diana, I need you," she yelled as she went.
Vicky! Eternal had sent people to watch over Diana and Bree's mother. She knew she would have to stay for a few days longer, or until this was done. She was worried. She had a very bad feeling about her employers and wanted to find out more. While she hadn't thought about vampires being real, she hated them. She hated the Vampire Diaries, Twilight, True Blood, all of it. Vampires were shit entertainment. Now if she worked for them, she'd be sad not only because they were probably evil, but also because it was just embarrassing. Matthew had also known about that demon thing, meaning he was one too. Demons of hell or Lucifer. And she was working for them. Whatever they were up to, it was bad, and it just seemed good. That was always the way. She didn't go in for this not evil shit. Maybe they drank blood from sick people, that Cleanco business was all about disposing of AIDS and herpes blood. Still, she had no idea how they were made, and she was going to find out. She wasn't helping these things ruin the world, but she had to know that she was right before she nuked her job. She had asked Carl the best thing to do, and he was all aboard. He hated vampires too. Well, the TV and movie ones at the very least. Matthew was their target. They would find out about him, and then she would know a lot more than she did now. He was in town. She knew that. She'd just left him at the police station, and he fairly well said, "Yes, I am a demon." She spoke directly to herself. "They are evil, right?" "Yes," her instincts shouted back. She was staying in the town at the pub. Michael was staying with a few Eternal goons at a house that was out of town. The record said it was owned by some family that was still around, but it was leased to the business. She drove out to the place, and it worked out well. She knew he was at the police station still. Now was the time. She wasn't scared of them if they were monsters, but she had to know. In a few minutes, she was pulling up to the house. It was a big thing, bigger than her dad's house, but in the same style. She pulled the car to the side and got out, her feet crunching on the driveway stones. As she walked up to the door, it opened and a girl was standing there. She had bright blonde hair and she knew her. She was the one that had followed her in England.
Hi, I'm Madeline. I'm Michael's PA. What are you doing here?
She wasn't scared, but she was still their employee. "I want to see who I work for." The little bitch who had been following her all around in the UK got out her phone, and after speaking to someone, presumably Michael, she just smiled and led her inside. She looked at the house, and it was very nice. The hallway was dark wood and went back to the kitchen and left to a bedroom. It was 3 stories and very nice.
Where to first?
"Evidence you are vampires." The girl just nodded and she walked back to the kitchen. She walked calmly to the fridge and pulled it open. She looked into it and laughed. She'd been expecting blood bags, like in the hospitals, and lots of them. Instead, the fridge held little bottles of blood, tiny like the ones for milk that helps your digestion and tastes like shit, or real energy drinks from foreign countries.
We need around 100 mils every day, and tainted is fine. We can't get AIDS or anything, so we get paid to take it. It's really a win-win.
She looked around the house and she just didn't like it. The place was clean and nice. It smelled good. She was bright and it was all too polished. It was more like corporate office than a vampire den. No coffin and bodies. She half expected to see a ping-pong table set up. She looked at the girl. "So you're telling me you don't kill people?" The girl shook her head vehemently.
Oh no, we kill people. We'll kill Bree if you let us and more like her. We killed Jack the Ripper and Julius Caesar. Many of our kind that are idiots or too old-fashioned. There are many other kinds of monsters too, and not many are willing to behave. We don't kill and drain normal people, not because we care, but because it's just too easy to get caught. Fresh human blood just isn't worth it from a cost-reward point of view. Have done case studies on it before.
How reassuring. It's not worth your time to kill us. She didn't know what she thought. They were a force doing good in the world, but for the wrong reasons. They were saving people from creatures and monsters, but only so they didn't get killed themselves. She walked off and thought of her guardian. It was watching all of this. "They're shit, right?" she asked her angel. "Right," the voice almost screamed back at her. They needed her, probably because of the angel, and they were trying to trick her. But this wasn't Twilight. There weren't vegetarian vampires. Also, even if they were good, she couldn't believe it. A demon was a liar. That was rule 1. She walked up to the girl. "What are you? I mean, how is a vampire made?"
It's a curse? We're all descended from a witch?
"Like in Vampire Diaries?"
No, a bad witch, a gypsy witch.
"Oh, like an angel. Vampires with a soul," she said, jumping at the girl's sudden tone shift. The girl looked mad, and she knew it was bullshit. She knew her monsters, and these were dead and rotten. If an angel would help her kill them, that meant they were already dead. Was it a sin to dispose of a bit of rotting rubbish with bloodlust? She grabbed the girl by the shoulder and shoved her back as hard as she could. The angel must have loved that. The blonde-headed girl went flying up and tripped over a coffee table that was behind her. It smashed and she landed in it, glass shattering around her. She stood in a flash. Her skinny, pale arms and body was fine, not a mark or cut on it. As she stood, she saw as her face began changing as she was engulfed in rage. Her teeth grew into fangs, but her entire mouth was full of them like a wolf or a wild animal. Her eyes went black and she panted furiously. She stood, her hand out wide, and her fingernails grew long and thick like claws. Vicky was scared but felt a righteous anger rush through her. "Come on, then." The girl smiled with big teeth and black eyes. She took a deep breath, and as she watched, she slowly turned back.
Sorry you caught me by surprise. You are quite strong. Have you seen enough?
"Look, call Michael and you fucking tell me what you really are, or I walk. I'll let Bree do what she wants because I don't trust you lot. Maybe she is the good one." The girl looked at her, full of rage, and then forced herself to calm down.
Okay, fine, but it's up to him.
She pulled out the phone again and spoke for an age. She got bored. It was almost 5 minutes of talking, and then she put it down. The girl looked at her.
Michael wants me to answer your questions, so I will tell you. Do you want a coffee first?
Sure. She did it more for the insanity than the caffeine. This thing that looked like a girl went to the nice clean kitchen and starting to make a coffee as she spoke, and she honestly started her sentence, "When Lucifer fell." She gasped, but Madeline went on.
When Lucifer fell, with him went all of the angels who had fought against our brothers and sisters. So, down we go, and are stripped of our bodies and powers, and we get to float around doing nothing for millions of years. This is before humans. In the book of Genesis, it's still day 1 and 2. Then humans come along, and we see we can possess them if they let us, or they are dead. Now for a being that hasn't touched anything for 1,000,000 years. Even a cold, dead body is a nice thing. Some corpses have no feeling at all. New ones have a good amount for a while.
Madeline handed Vicky a coffee and she took a sip off another cup.
I can feel and taste that, but vampires are demons in dead human bodies. We drink blood because it keeps them from rotting.
But why stop people from learning about you? Why do you do this?
Look, most of us who fell are scared shitless of God and his angels. We regret what we did because it was so stupid. We just want to be left alone, and if we don't rock the boat, no one comes for us. We'll go to hell in 1,000 years, but that's a lot of days in the sun. If we act out like that mermaid, then God will send a human with a machete to cut our heads off.
She was so stunned. This thing just spoke to her like it was all real, and she supposed it had to be. Maybe she spoke the truth. If she was them, she'd just keep her head down. But you aren't all of them. I was attacked by a demon, and there are rogue ones.
Our war had many factions, many different reasons for joining, many different feelings now. Some think the only way to avoid hell is to destroy God, but we just want to be left alone.
How would you destroy God? The girl laughed and shook her herd.
Exactly right. Trust us, Vicky. We're the best of a bad lot. It's better you help us or else chaos reigns. And let's be honest, you don't have a choice. You stop working for us and we'll kill you. Carl, your parents, your stepdad, and Beryl.
Beryl?
Your dad's new dog, the sausage.
Bree. She wished in a way that she hadn't come back with powers. She sat cross-legged on the white carpet of the floor in Diana's bedroom. They were listening to a band play from her laptop. If it was her teenage rebellion music, it would have been different. Still, as she looked at the girl, she thought for a moment she'd rather have a friend than a follower.
Why did you tell her to shoot me?
The girl had tears in her eyes. She was only 18 and looked up to her, both physically and emotionally. I knew she'd never do it. Besides, now I need your help. Diana had always been the one asking. She wanted more power. She wanted to hear about the vision, how they would destroy the popular people and all the current ways of life, and how they would fix everything. She lifted her top and let the vines grow out. Diana had seen them a lot, but was still amazed by it. She looked at Bree like she was a goddess. There is too much work for me alone. I see that now. I want you to become like me. The girl's black-lined eyes light up. She seemed so happy. She knew her mind. She was nothing now. No one looked at her, talked to her. No boys noticed her. But soon she'd be strong. She'd be a leader in the new world order. She would be one of two who would usher the world into a new age.
Really?
She exclaimed. But then she was afraid.
Will it hurt?
She laughed. Of course. It's bloody vines ripping out of your stomach. It will hurt like crazy, but when it's over you'll be special and be able to heal yourself.
We'll be sisters.
She nodded, true sisters. She did care about Diana and wanted her at her side. She also wanted help. This wasn't a plan anymore. She just needed strength and to fight Eternal and Vicky in the next few days. The only thing they needed was to kill someone. She needed blood, or Diana would just die and fade. She could make the seed and help it grow, yet the healing had come from his blood. She could heal her as well, but this was a good start. Diana had heard her story of change many times, and she knew what was coming. You need blood. You need to kill someone.
I don't. We already have the blood.
What do you mean?
We're a funeral home. We drain the bodies of blood. I have lots and lots.
She thought of the people in her circle, the slow building of power. She had tested this but wanted to see again. She needed to prove her wrong. She followed her down and she knew right away. Many times she felt the calling of power. She knew where life was. She could make a plant grow, heal herself and others. But a vampire was dead, and this blood was dead. Diana showed her what horrid buckets of the stuff. They pumped it out and washed it down the sink like paint, yet she felt no glow. It wouldn't do anything. This won't work.
Why not?
There is no life as this. It's all gone. Diana looked at her seriously and somberly.
I don't want to kill anyone.
We're killing the world. We need to be tough if we want to fix everything. It's fine, I'll heal you myself. She focused on her hand and closing it she thought of life, the burst of new life, the sun rising, plants growing and coming alive and the spriggan. She thought of the dark guardian of nature. As she opened her hand she saw in it was a perfect seed. She handed it to Diana and was proud that the girl just swallowed it in one go. She choked it down, and she handed her a glass of water to wash it down. As she drank it, she crouched and cried out, clutching her stomach.
I feel it.
It will take a while. Let's go downstairs. She wasn't going to heal her. She needed Diana to be strong for herself. She walked with her down the stairs. She pulled out her phone and dialed the number for Daniel. He answered the phone and sounded happy to hear from her. She hadn't been with him since he'd failed to kill Vicky. It didn't help that he was avoiding the police too.
Hello.
Hello, lover, I need you. She was so proud to hear the lust and eagerness in his voice. It meant she had power over him, just the power of a woman.
Sure, where do you need me?
Come to Diana's house, we need your help. She hung up after saying goodbye. She didn't know where he was staying but knew he'd rush over. He was nice enough and eager to make her happy. Maybe in another life she could have been his girlfriend, going to the pub and meeting his mates, his parents. But she had changed. She was a goddess, not a girl.
Why do we need him?
She sat on the couch and carrying on like a pregnant woman. She lifted up her shirt and put her hand to her stomach. It pressed back like it held snakes inside. Diana screamed as she looked at it.
Why did I do this? It hurts so much.
As a single vine ripped out of her belly. It came through, thin and covered with blood. She screamed as it did, and she gripped her hand tightly. She poured her healing and power into her. She heard the panting growing less and less. She was going to put her between her pain and Daniel. She knew which would win. She needed someone strong with her, not someone weak and not ready to embrace the new way. The human race was not going to be saved by some encouraging words. The vines ripped from Diana, and they had come to number 3 when she heard a ring at the bell. She left her panting, sweating and bleeding on the couch, and ran to the door. She saw Daniel standing there. Thick black hair, muscles, trusting.
You okay?
He asked, sounding genuinely concerned. She just grabbed him by the hand and led him into the room. He was shocked as he saw Diana. Her top was up, and her stomach was mess. 3 vines grew from her belly and she was covered in blood. He looked at her, not knowing what to do or if he was meant to help.
It hurts, Bree. Help me.
She put her hand in Diana's and once again sent the healing power into her. She willed the pain to lessen. It was all in her. She could have healed her of it all, eased her through it, but she needed her strength. She let the pain come back and watched Diana's face as it contorted in pain. One of the vines lashed out wildly like a hose filling with water. It cut Daniel's cheek. She pushed him to his knees before Diana. He thought he was meant to help comfort her.
It'll be okay, you're strong.
As he knelt there in front of her, trying to help, she saw Diana look at the blood, then at her. Do it. I'll still love you and be so proud of you.
What?
Daniel asked, looking at Bree, confused and scared. Then the skin of Diana's stomach ripped, and 2 more vines came rolling out. She screamed in agony. The skin was so ripped and bloody, it was far from neat, but in her pain she reached out. The vines wrapped around Daniel's neck and she pulled him in close to her stomach. His neck ripped open and the blood flowed. She saw the relief on Diana's face as her pain faded, and the life of another filled her. Now she had a true sister. The vine wrapped around his throat and held him close to her skin. Then it punctured his neck. She watched as the hot blood from his neck sprayed out onto Diana's stomach. He kicked and fought, but the vines were too strong. Her face changed to one of relief as the pain faded and she took all of the power. She cried as she looked down at him, but that was okay. Soon she would be strong, and she would have a true sister at last.
Vicky! She left the base of operations of her employers/blackmailers after she'd been to the bathroom. That's what made her finally click. They were evil, but trying way too hard. They had no need for a toilet. Yet, as she sat to piss, she panicked. No paper. Yet there was paper. And not only was there paper, there was some deluxe 3-ply paper, and the end was folded into an arrow, like in nice hotels. It just made her realise they had set it all up for her. They must have known she was coming. Maybe they had moved all the coffins and dead bodies. Also, what the girl said really made no sense to her. Basically, she was avoiding the fact that she was evil, and they were insisting that they just wanted to be left alone. She thought it made no sense. If she knew she was going to be sent to hell in a few years, she'd be doing everything she could to avoid that. In a way, she was glad they threatened her, but that too was part of the trick. They said, "See, you have no choice. We'll kill you if you don't." But would they really? She felt like what they were doing to her was a small version of what they were doing to the world. These vampires and demons were running a massive PR campaign. The Hey, We're Not That Bad campaign. No more Dracula. Now there was Edward Cullen. There was even a TV show where the devil solved crimes. She was going to destroy all this, and it was good enough for her that they just gave her the creeps. She had always been right when she thought things were off. She drove back to the town and her phone started ringing. She picked it up and it was Matthew.
We have a problem.
You're evil and I know it, she thought irritably. Out loud she settled for a, "Hi boss, what's up?" "We sent someone to keep an eye on Diana. Now he's dead. We sent a team there and we think she's made another one." Another Spriggan? She couldn't imagine her using his body as a vessel, but maybe she could.
Worse, another blackthorn.
She turned her car around swiftly. She had been going home, but now she drove towards the funeral home. The people from Eternal had really taken over the town. When she arrived at the place, there were no real police, just Matthew and that Australian cop. They waited in the car park, and when she got out, Matthew came over to her. He was starting to look worried, which was weird.
Have fun at our compound?
Sure, nice coffee? Without talking about anything else, he just walked with her into the funeral home. It was where she'd been the day before, but now laying on the ground was the body of a man. Or a monster. Looking at it, she was almost sick. It stank like a body that had been dead and rotting for years. Its skin was white and polished, but its black blood oozed from it and inside 5 huge holes, and its organs eased out onto the floor. Once again, she just saw horror and evil. She wished Stephanie Meyer could see this. She put her hand to her face. "So gross," she gagged.
He had a name. It was Mitchell,
Matthew said in anger. She was sick of this. Not Lestat. He shook his head.
Just tell us where she went.
He walked with her to a lounge room and she looked down. There was the body of the man who had attacked them at the school. She didn't really recognize him at first. Now he looked much smaller than he had. His neck was roughly ripped open, and there was dark blood that ran down his shirt and pooled around his knees and feet. "So Diana is gone." Matthew thought she was speaking to him, but she wasn't. She had found the mermaid's lair with the help of her friend and thought she could do this. She knew it said yes. She wondered where they would go now. The two of them against the world was hardly a plan. She thought of everything Diana had told her. With a pistol pressed against her forehead, she had become very chatty, especially when, on speakerphone, Vicky was told that she should shoot her. She knew the names of most of her friends in their group. There was one that was open, and for everyone, more like a meeting of vegans or the Greens Party, and then there was the serious group that meet at some standing stones and gifted Bree with their blood. It all sounded pretty sexual to her, but it was how she built up her power to create enough of the Spriggans in the first place. She pulled out her phone and found Carl's contact. "Hello."
"Hello, baby. Where are you?"
"At the funeral home. She did come for Diana, but she's made another blackthorn out of her."
"Ouch. That's commitment. How can I help?"
"Can you track her phone?" Matthew was in the other room and he walked in. "We're already tracking it and she left it here," he said. That was creepy. He had been well out of earshot. She had to put super vampire hearing in the true column.
What he said. They would have already, and Diana's too.
She looked at the dead man on the floor before her and, muttering, "Sorry," to him, she reached into his back pocket. His phone was there, covered in blood. She pulled it out and saw it was locked. She used his cold thumbprint to open it and saw there was a group message. "Emergency meeting, midnight," she read aloud. She hoped it would be at the Stones. As Diana had said, that's where all the other ones were. If Bree was doing something awful, she'd want somewhere witchy to do it. "You up for an adventure?"
Sure. I'm barely healed and ready to rip some stitches.
She looked at her phone. It was 12:23. She'd better drive fast.
Bree. She was in a very now or never frame of mind, and she was ready to just unleash all she had. She drove in her white hatchback to the Stones. Diana sat in the passenger seat of the car. She was crying and tears ran down her face, ruining her black eyeliner. Her clothes were covered in Daniel's blood, and she sat with her knees up to her chest. She looked frail and weak, not like an avenger of nature like she had when she became full of the power for the first time.
You made me kill him.
I did not. You could have ignored him, but who cares? When our army sweeps the world, more than half of it will be swept away. I can set the rules, and I'll tell them that anyone who won't give up their car, meat, everyone who hurts nature will die. Now she knew the Spriggans would be hers to control, and she could send them after anyone who opposed her.
But he followed you. He probably loved you.
He gave his life for the new world. It was a noble sacrifice, not caring too much. He didn't love her. If he did, it was certainly not reciprocated. Honestly, he should be happy. She knew a guy like him would have done and been nothing in the end. He'd never have left Dean Eden. At most, he would have worked, found a wife in some girl he met at the pub and had a few brats. At worst, he would have drunk too much, gotten too fat and lived out his days a lonely old waste of air. She really didn't care at all. Now he had given his life to heal Diana and make her powerful. The car pulled to a stop before the Stones. There were already cars there, and she walked from the car park to her followers. All told, there were 12 of them. That was good. She didn't even know all of their names, but knew who most of them were by looks. There were 2 older women from her mother's coven, the neo-druid bloke with his staff. Daniel was dead, but a friend of his was here, Steve or something she thought, and others she had gathered up. They all looked at her with reverence. She had shown them power and glory. Now she needed them. She stood in the middle of the group and looked around at them all. They all waited for her to speak. I had a plan. As you know, I can use my power to make the Spriggans, nature's true guardians, and they would have helped me to usher in a new world of nature. But that plan is in ruins, so I need to do something else. Diana came forward and held up her shirt. The vines came out from her stomach and reached out to the ground, then she covered it back up. She heard people gasp in shock. 1 or 2 seemed afraid, but others were eager. Diana smiled. Now she seemed to be liking this. She probably thought she was a superhero.
It hurt, but it's amazing. I'm connected with nature now and special. We can all be special.
In the voice of the excited 18-year-old she was. One of the 2 witches spoke up.
You want us to become like you? I thought it was just you. What is it?
She spoke and held out her hand, and in it she had a knife. She tossed it through the air, and it skittered to a stop at their feet. The older lady picked it up hesitantly, not sure what to do with it. Diana is wrong. I need you to change, but not into what I am. You must become the guardians, the Spriggans. They are stronger and are what the world needs. To change, you need to give your life and your blood to me. She'd said it so clear and calm, yet her words ran through them like a shock. Even Diana gasped out loud, and so did a few others. Then the woman dropped the knife and tried to run. They turned their backs on her and one yelled, "You're crazy!" She couldn't believe it. Everyone was running and she was furious with them. For months they had come, seen her power. She thought they followed her bravely, but they were cowards. She saw the 2 old ladies running across the field to their car. She was faster, not 60, and not wearing Crocs. They trotted along on flat shoes, and one even had a walking stick. She ran to them, and as she did, she let her vines grow out. One was a few paces away, and the vine stabbed into her like a knife. It punctured her back and stabbed her heart. She fell dead. The other one stopped and turned, screaming in terror. Tears were running down her face. "Barb?" she asked. She just shook her head and screamed in rage. She was so very disappointed in them all. She held up her hand, and the vine shot out and wrapped around her neck. It started to choke her, and she turned to the next. Like idiots, almost everyone had run back to their cars to try and escape, but she would take what they should have given willing. The neo-druid guy was in his car, the door still open and the ignition going. She reached a hand out, and a vine smashed through his front window. It dragged him out over the glass, and she let it snap his neck and threw him to the side. Some others were slow to run. She got the guy Steve, and 2 younger girls from the college were hiding in the bushes, but the others got away, running across the fields or too fast in cars. But she looked at the bodies of her supposed followers. She had killed 8 of them. Diana was nowhere to be found. She'd been no help. It could have been all of them if she'd done something. She yelled out, "Diana, come here now!" She was in the car park, and while she would have liked to do this somewhere nicer, she had planned to do it with respect. Diana slowly came out of the shadows. She was crying more and looked at all the dead. She walked out of the shadows like a guilty child, afraid of being yelled at by her parents, hands down at her sides. "You were useless!"
I never thought you meant this.
"We need the power of blood to make a seed. It works best with a lot of blood, from the death of someone." She had gone on a rampage, it seemed, but she had been smart. She hadn't bled anyone, not yet. Barb was stabbed through her back and into her heart, but she was dying, not dead. She was off into the field a bit, and she would have to drag them back. She turned and looked around. "Do you have that knife?"
I left it at the stones.
"Go get it." Diana stumbled off into the dark. She started to bring the bodies back. She let her vines go around the necks of her followers, and walking to the stones, she dragged them along the ground. Once she had them all, she laid all 8 down side by side. Diana had the knife now, and she took it from her shaking hand. She started with Barb first. Holding her up, she slashed her throat. The hot red blood bubbled out over her hands and vines. She let the power soak into her, and closing her eyes, she focused on the spriggan. She made a seed in her hand. Opening it, she smiled. This would be fast. She had so much power. She stabbed the metal shaft right into the old lady's chest, and blood bubbled out. She was getting soaked with the red stuff and let the power wash over her. She took the seed and dropped it into her chest, and holding a hand over it, pushed power into it. She pushed more and more, and the seed grew fast. It spread out and through her. She knew she could turn her fast if she had enough blood, and she had a lot of it. She went to the other woman and did the same. The others were a bit of a mess, all piled up. She looked at Diana. "Help me lay them out. We'll do this right." Diana was still crying but did as she was told, and they dragged the bodies into a circle. She went from one to the next. She stabbed them deep, took all the power of their deaths into her, and made a seed, and then she placed it in each one and grew it as much as she could. Diana was watching her, but she observed the Spriggans and saw they would turn before sunrise. She needed a bit more blood. Diana would probably do. She was far from a sister. She should have known she was a weak idiot. She stood up, knife drawn. The girl took a step back and then stopped and pointed to her left. She turned to her side as she heard a noise. It was like a very deep rumbling. She walked out from the stones and looked up in time to see the car barreling toward her. She jumped back but was too slow. It hit her, and she went flying back.
"Vicky!" She sat next to Carl, her foot to the floor of the massive Landy Laggy. She took the corner to the car park fast, maybe too fast, but in seconds the car had leaped the gutter of the car park with a jerk and was flying across the grass towards the stones. It was 2 seconds in the car, and she slammed on the brake as she saw Bree, looking shocked and standing right in the way. It was too late. They hit the stone, and Carl and she got out in a daze. Hand empty, she looked and gasped. It was a scene of horror. The girl Diana knelt down in a rough circle of bodies. She counted 8, and she pointed with a shaking hand. She looked where she indicated, confused. She'd hit Bree. She walked over and looked down at her former friend. She was a good few meters from the car. It had sent her flying, and she had a broken arm. As she looked down at her, their eyes met. The vines came up and then stopped short.
"I could heal myself and kill you."
She was glad. She didn't really want to be responsible for this. Bree was broken and ruined. She had flown from the hood, hit a stone, and her arm's bone actually came out of the skin. Her face was covered in blood, but she managed a wicked laugh. "Did you kill all your followers?"
"They will be better now. Spriggans, all of them."
She would stop that. It would be a gruesome, bloody business, but she would do it. She had her chainsaw in her car. Go on then, heal yourself and try to kill me. She looked into her eyes.
You never got it, did you? I'm the good guy. They will have statues of me and say I saved the human race from itself.
She looked and saw Bree was in bad shape. Bree was in dying before her eyes. Blood flowed from her arm and she raised a vine to her own neck, and it stabbed in. Even more blood pumped out, and she laughed as she gasped in horror. She did it again, and her own blood flowed onto her hands.
I have so much power in my blood, Vicky. All those deaths and mine.
Her voice rasping and choking from her wounds. She closed her eyes as she watched and focused on something. She heard a gasp from Diana and turned. The bodies were changing fast, the seeds in them growing and growing. She saw one was in the chest of an older woman. It had already grown through her body, but now her skin changed into a wooden skin, and she seemed to grow taller, her arms changing into the ones she knew all too well. As she watched the body of a woman transform into a spriggan before her eyes. She was stunned, and turning, she saw Bree smile at her, and then her head flopped to the side. She was dead. As she watched, all 8 of the spriggans were shaking and twisting, the vines growing through them all with massive amounts of power. One by one, they all sat up and looked at her, yellow eyes staring at her. Shit! Carl, who was still in the car's passenger seat, opened the door.
Maybe you two should get in?
He suggested nervously. She ran over to the crying Diana and, taking her arm, dragged her to the car. She opened the back door and threw her in, then she got in the driver's seat. She turned the key in the ignition and the car started with a deep rumble. The hood was smashed on both sides, but it would take more than that to stop her. Outside the window, it was like a horror movie. 8 of the bastard things sat up like Romero zombies, but moved fast. They stalked to the car, yellow eyes leering at her through the front windshield. It knew what, Nabru? It knew a car. Its hand shot out and it went right through the hood and the engine block. It tore apart the metal like it was nothing, and the big engine sputtered to a stop. One reached out and its arm, and growing long, it ripped the door off its hinges, smashing the window. It grabbed her with its other hand and dragged her out by a leg. She hit the ground with a thud, and it started to drag her towards it. She reached out like Luke Skywalker, and her machete flew into her hand. It had flown across the car like she had used the Force. She slashed with the blade, and it swung with angel strength. The spriggan's arm was severed, and she rolled away. Carl leaped out of the car and started shooting at them, trying to get in front of she to protect her. The spriggans backed off, but she knew she was dead. Then another car was up next to theirs by the stones. She watched as 4 well-dressed men got out. They and the spriggans leapt at each other. It was primal and awful. The spriggans had some awareness of her and Carl, but none of these things mattered anymore. Sadly, the spriggans were a lot stronger. She saw as one of the snarling vampires was torn apart like a toy by 2 spriggans. They took its arms and just ripped. No fighting skill, just brute strength.
We're dead.
She knew it too. A few swings from the angel weren't going to help her this time. She needed it down here. She needed to be able to fight herself. She thought of it. She was here all the time, just invisible. She saw a vampire fighting. It was a demon, or a fallen angel in a body. Possessing a body. The demon thing had tried to possess her and failed. But maybe, just maybe, an angel could. It was her only chance. These vampires had bought her some time, if nothing else. "Possess me!" she yelled suddenly. No discussion, no warnings, no disclaimers, just bang. She felt a jolt and a wave of indescribable power. The angel went into her and filled her in an instant. Carl looked at her and took a step back, shocked and slightly afraid.
Damn, your eyes are white like Storm from the X-Men.
"That's cool, I'm still here." She reassured him.
Valeria. It worked. She had never even heard of it. An angel joining with a person. But she was next to Vicky and knew in this moment that she'd be dead if she didn't help. She was surrounded by those things and they would kill her. Carl and then this town. She wished she had her own sword, the truth, but she would just have to use human weapons. She had the machete in her hand and, taking a knife from her boot, took a step forward. All of the creatures were alive but one. She walked out into the ring of them and looked from one to the next. She took a deep breath and held the machete out in one hand, the knife in the other. She could feel that they were both in there. She was scared, but then she let go of control and gave into faith. "Come and be destroyed," she yelled with a human voice. She would destroy these unholy beasts. She had a machete and they had necks for the cutting. They were the dead come back to hurt the living and she would end them. "I am Valeria of the Holy Light. Come and die, you evil shits." The other demons were dead. They had showed the seed, but she would teach them. One came running at her. It was fast and didn't even grow itself. It just ran in and slashed down with its claws, lunging to rip her heart out. It was fast, but she was faster, so much faster, even in this mortal body. She stepped aside and slashed left, blocking its strike with the knife. The blade dug hard into its arm and held it. Then she slashed up as she lunged her body in. Her speed, perfect cut, glorious. Deep, hard, back, and it went deep into its neck. The creature's head flew upwards and off, with so much force that it fell to its knees. She then grabbed the headless body with one hand and tossed its body across the circle and into another one of them. The creature was struck by its fallen comrade and was knocked back hard with a mighty crash. In a flash, she was in the gap it left, and she was out of the ring of killers. They wouldn't trap her. She had to be careful, as she had a weak body, and it would break if she hit too hard with it or it was struck. She turned to the next one, and before it could spin to face her, she stabbed the knife blade right into its side. It went in like butter. She knew it had a heart, and she stabbed again. It toppled forward as it died. She kicked its body hard, and it too flew and hit the remaining Spriggans. Now they all turned, but they were stuck, and she ran. She was fast, and they were stupid. The children of the seed were always stupid. She ran a few steps to the far side of the circle of stone, and they came through after her. She saw one stone looming as she ran. It was high, at least a meter. One Spriggan behind her reached out and its arm grew out at her. She waited until it was almost in her and then jumped, launching herself up and hit the top of the stone. Its arm hit the stone and she felt it jolt against it. The stone cracked. Her foes were strong. She pulled herself up to the top and looked down. 5 left. The top of the stone was narrow, but she was nimble. She had no fear of gravity and the ground. "Come on, kill me with your stupid vines." 1, and then all of them reached up, hands pointing at her. She laughed as they all reached up, 5 of the seed, and 10 arms all pointed at her. They grew rapidly, and as they came towards her, she blocked then with the knife and slashed down hard and fine with the longer blade. Blocked, and cut. She cut 1 off, then 2, then 3. She was hit at the back by 1, and it went right into Vicky's weak body. It went in and she screamed, but she made her turn and slash the thing in her. The last one came at her and she managed to slash it as she fell. She toppled down off of the stone. She was bleeding, and for a second, Vicky's eyes came back to brown as the Spriggans closed in. A ring of bleeding and injured things, wary but eager to kill. The pain in her back was bad, but she pushed it away. She felt Vicky's mind coming forwards, then she gave back control.
"Finish it!"
Her eyes snapped back to glowing white, and as the next arm came at her, she blocked with the knife and jumping forward she cut its head off. It flew free and away into the night. The seed was learning, and as she watched, the thing's arms started to grow back. The last 4 of them circled her again and waited until they were all fully formed again. Now all of them raised all of their arms at her, some right at her, a few high, to get her if she jumped. "So smart, demons! So smart!" she taunted before lowering her voice to mutter, Sorry, Vicky. This is really going to hurt you. The first hit her and she let it. Then she slashed down and forward. She struck the arm twice until she was at the neck and off flew its head. She turned and was hit again, this time in the stomach. This time she threw the knife as hard as she could and it flew from her hand to hit the Spriggan in the heart. It fell dead. Now she had 2 left to deal with. All 4 arms raised and both lurked next to each other. She was dripping blood and they hit her, sensing her weakness. She slashed down, and the blade cut one of the arms off and she jumped forward. As she cut the head from its wooden shoulders, the blade broke off. It was weak and not a true sword at all. The creature was dead. She could feel that Vicky, the human girl, was dying. She was losing a lot of blood, not that she felt it. There was one left and it leapt at her like the monster it was. She let it hit her. It dug its claws into her chest, but she didn't feel it. She grabbed its head and twisted hard. She heard a snap and the neck popped. Valeria threw the body to the side. She stood and she was dripping blood. Lots and lots of it. She looked at the fallen foes and she walked back slowly to the car. The seed was gone. It had no more children. As she walked up, she saw the face of Carl. He was worried and had been watching the fight nervously. He had a shotgun in his hands. He looked at her and he looked near to tears.
Is she alive?
She is strong. She still lives. The girl Vicky was dying, but Valeria wouldn't let that happen. She respected her. She was brave, and Valeria groaned to like her while watching her. She closed her eyes. She thought of her father and the warmth. She wanted to be whole again. She watched as her body healed itself. The rips in her back closed. The wounds in her chest closed. Her rib bones, which could be seen, were covered once more, and she was healed. She again saw Carl's face, and this time it was filled with relief. She looked at him seriously. She won't remember this, but let her know I am here. Tell her we have a holy mission. We must stay close to the vampires so we can rid the world of them. If she needs me, I will be here.
Bree! In her memory, she remembered yelling she was Valeria of the Holy Light, almost being killed and then standing before Carl and staring at him. Her clothes were covered in blood. Blood that was her own, she knew, but she had no wounds. In fact, she felt great. Carl had said when she had walked up to him, she'd had ribs showing and a rip in her stomach. Still, she was alive and, unbelievably, 8 Spriggan weren't. We okay?
Are you? That was crazy. You killed all 8 of them.
Damn, was she nice? She is an angel, she asked. She hoped she was, given they were always around each other. He laughed and shook his head.
I don't know if nice is the right word, maybe terrifying, but she saved your life and mine, and probably this town and who knows what else. She was a badass. She says you have a holy mission to rid the world of vampires.
Oh, that's frightening. She still had flashes of her. She knew it was all real now. The angels had fought the demons, or other angels, and Valeria had fought with a sword against her own kind. If she closed her eyes, she could see her in her mind. She was like Wonder Woman. Did she have wings?
Didn't see any, but it was just it in you, so I think just white eyes. Do your eyes hurt, or body? I mean, you were really injured, like ribs and spine showing injured.
I'm fine. They had been talking in the circle near dead Spriggan bodies, and Diana was still in the broken car. She slowly got out and went to them.
What will happen now?
As if on cue, 2 large vans rolled up into the grass. Men and women piled out of them. They were dressed like soldiers or the Mexican police, ready for war. Matthew was there as well, and he looked around at the bodies as he walked over to her.
Are they all dead?
The Spriggans are. So are your men. Sorry. He looked stunned and his mouth actually dropped open. The soldiers, who had lowered guns, also looked shocked. They muttered to each other as they walked to inspect the Spriggan bodies. Matthew spoke up, issuing orders quickly.
Okay, full containment. We have a 3-hour window. I want it cleaned and ready.
3 hours?
Sunrise and a school trip. In 3 hours, this place would have been crawling with kids.
She looked at poor Laggy. She was destroyed and would need a new hood and engine. Matthew also looked at the car and at Diana, who was standing next to her. He sniffed at her and then pulled out a gun. He pointed it at her, and everyone stopped. Or at least the humans did. The soldiers just kept at their work, dragging bodies into the back of the van and pouring bleach onto the road. Matthew was calm but seemed a bit scared.
Lift up your shirt.
Diana did as she was told, and they all saw the vines. She knew, but hadn't seen it this close before. The blackthorn, as it was called, was like a horrid virus. It was a corruption on Diana, and the vine grew out of her flat stomach. They were thin tips, like buds waiting to bloom.
Make it grow,
Matthew commanded. His gun still pointed at her head. Diana closed her eyes, and the vine grew out. There were 3 tips, and from one it grew into thin string of hardness. It grew around her arm and down her hand.
You're dangerous, and you're a witness, and you can make more of these, so... men.
He yelled the last word and lowered the gun. As he did, 2 men walked up to Diana and took her shoulder, starting to drag her away. Diana screamed in terror and looked at Vicky. She seemed so young and scared. Her eyes were just black smudges. She looked at him, anger plain on her face. Hurt her and I quit. She saw he was about to threaten her, but he looked around at all the bodies. 8 dead Spriggans and 4 of his own men dead. Here she stood with a broken machete blade in her hand and not a scratch on her. He decided not to go for the threat. He dropped his head.
We can't let her make more.
She won't. She's just a kid. You touch her and I quit and we tell everyone what we know.
Let her go,
Matthew commanded after a tense moment. The soldiers just shrugged and walked off. Diana ran to stand beside her.
Fine. You want to lift back to town?
I'm not helping clean up. Vicky! The town was full of reporters and police by the next morning. The pub where they were staying had become a very busy place, as she assumed Diana would be at the funeral home, helping prepare the one body that could be shown. Daniel was the only one, but everyone else was dead as well. This was a small town, and this was big news. Bree had gone crazy and killed all the members of her nature group with poison. It was a massive news story. She was getting sick of monsters. The first Spriggan had killed everyone at that farm because they didn't follow nature's dumb rules. The mermaid had killed a heap of people, those girls and more to make her sisters. And now stupid Bree had killed all her followers to try make another Spriggan army. Maybe it was her fault. If she'd let Matthew kill her at the start, then all of these people would be alive. If people had known what to expect, they'd have put her in a stronger cell. She'd been forced to work for Eternal, and now she wanted out. The world needed to know about these things. Normal people were being killed by them, and they needed to know to guard against it. She went downstairs from her room with Carl, and they sat in the dining room and instead to have some breakfast before heading back to London. She looked at the menu for breakfast and let out a sigh. She lowered the menu and looked at Carl. His beard was getting pretty long and bushy. He really needed to trim it. What should we do?
About what?
About the fact that heaps of people are getting killed by monsters.
Well, I think we should find out what Eternal are up to. I mean, they have to be evil, right? Also, we just need to get better at this. We could have stopped Bree years ago. We only found out about her because she tried to kill you. So did the Spriggan and the mermaid in Cancun. If the world is full of these things, we need to start hunting them properly.
She had to agree. They were doing a pretty poor job of keeping people safe. Right now, she was just Eternal's lackey. She did what they said, and that was it. She wasn't very proactive in bringing the fight to them. She should probably go to church as well. It was pretty clear that all of that was real, and she didn't want to go to hell or lose her guardian angel. Should we go to church? He laughed in response.
Probably. It's like in Constantine the movie when he says he believes and the angel says, you know, there is a difference. But I don't know if there is. We know. Proper Christians would say they know as well, but we don't really understand. I mean, the devil is real. I'm sure of that, and I don't know anything about it. We should find out just so we know what we're fighting.
Yeah, sounds good. Won't my parents be happy? They were both religious and would be happy that she was going to church again. She'd just not tell them she was going so her guardian angel didn't desert her, and she could learn how to kill demons or find them more easily. After they had eaten, she went out and looked at the new car. The Eternal People had had her beautiful car repaired. They were good at that kind of thing. She also had £5,000 in her bank account. She got in the car and they started to drive back to London. She noticed a car following them and she assumed it was the people from Eternal Creeps. So it was her holy mission to destroy monsters. Everyone needs a hobby, she thought.
Matthew, end. They had cleaned up everything. Bree had been blamed for the murders, and Vicky was proving herself to be a very valuable asset. They couldn't have defeated that many children of the seed on their own. What was needed was a good old-fashioned warrior angel. He was impressed that she had Valeria on her side. People knew that name. It gave him and the others some prestige, that their employee was so well protected. It also was a little bit amazing that Victoria had fought with it inside of her and hadn't died. That's what normally happened. When you could throw a punch hard enough to break stone, you forgot what happened to the normal human hand doing it. Still, she was remaining a little too stuck on the good side. It might be years and years before they saw anything like a turn in attitude. Still, she had turned over this nest of vipers at their command. He sat in his car and waited. It was late, the sun had well set, and he could tell all the people would be asleep. He stepped out of his car and into the cold night. He didn't feel cold, but he knew it was. His body was much too old to feel much anymore, but his car told him it was -1 outside. He walked to the manor house that was now a funeral home. He walked around the outside of it, looking up. The third-story window was what he wanted. He could break in and sneak around, but there was no fun in that. He walked to the side of the house and reached up. It was made of blue stone, which was nice, and his hand soon found a good hold. Climbing like a spider, he went up the side of the house easily. He still had his suit on, but tried not to touch it to the wall and get it dirty. He went to the window and looked in. Sound asleep was the little dark-haired girl, Diana. He was still holding on, and the window had no balcony, but being on the 3rd floor, he assumed it was unlocked. As he put his hand to it, he was right, it eased up, and he opened it enough for him to creep inside. He stepped over to the girl, and pulling out a handkerchief, he held it firmly to her face. Her dark eyes opened for a moment, and then closed. He calmly put his hands to her head and whipped it harshly to the side. Her neck broke with a clean snap, and he eased her back down on the pillow. Her then pulled back the blankets of her bed and pulled a knife out. He'd remove the seed the old-fashioned way. Then it would be gone from the world. Someone would finally eradicate it. Him, and his team. Just one less thing that was stronger than them, now gone from the world.